Before we start the meeting, I have a few housekeeping announcements to make. First of all, we don't have a planned fire alarm test today. So if you do hear the fire alarm, that does mean that we will need to leave the building. It's pretty unlikely that will happen, but just to make you aware in case. If that does happen, there are stewards on site that will enable you to be directed in the right direction. But basically, it's likely that if that happened, you'd leave by the front entrance, which you came into the building by, and then walk about 100 down the road towards St John's Churchyard, which is our muster point. If you need the toilet, if you go through the middle door there, walk straight ahead, and then turn left, you'll find the toilets down the end of that corridor. And if you need any drink or food, we do have refreshments machines, which are by the waiting area where you were sat before you came into this room. I'd like to let you know, please, if you've got a mobile phone, could you please keep it silent whilst the meeting is in session. And also to let you know that this meeting is being live streamed. So if at any point you are addressing the committee, please do not disclose any information about yourself that you would not want to be in the public domain. Members of the public are welcome to film, audio record, photograph or post about the public proceedings of the meeting. I'd like to ask that if you do choose to do so, please do be considerate of people that are sitting in the public seating area and try not to disrupt the meeting. And if you're taking any photographs, please do keep the cameras pointed towards this end of the room to those people that are committee members and council officers, not film other members of the audience. You're also welcome to use the council's free Wi-Fi if you'd like to. During the meeting, members of the committee will not access the internet except as it relates to the official business of this meeting. Send or receive emails, text messages or social media posts concerning business committee. That's so that any decisions that we take, it's very clear what the basis of that is and everything is kept in the public domain. I'd also like to remind speakers to use the microphone when speaking, as it's only the audio from the microphones that is captured on the live stream. Please try and speak into the microphone. We do have new microphones, which in some ways are very good, but you do need to speak a little closer to them than the old microphones if you're used to speaking here previously. And also it's really important not to put any mobile devices near to the microphone, as that can tend to create some interference. That brings us onto our agenda. Apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Edwards, Councillor Rose and Councillor Papula. I've got apologies for lateness for Councillor Soames, who is acting as a reserve for Councillor Edwards. I don't think I have anybody else leave apologies. I do want to move on to confirmation of voting members. Those members, if you'd like to raise your hands. Actually, at this point, I might take declarations of interest. Councillor Tester, I can see you're itching to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I will be recusing myself for items 6.3 and 6.4, the Chamber's Wharf applications, because I'm speaking as a ward councillor. For items 6.1 and 6.2, I will also be sending apologies because I had root canal surgery this morning, so I'd quite like to go home afterwards. So thank you.
That sounds very reasonable. We don't want to make this more painful than it already is for you this evening. So yeah, that's fine. Are there any other disclosures or dispensations?
Sorry, Chair. So can you just?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that. It's because we had that bit first. Sorry, I've altered the order very slightly. So apologies for that. But I'm not seeing any indications of that. Confirmation then of voting members. So, and if we could all introduce ourselves. So, I'm Councillor Richard Livingstone, and I'm the chair of the committee and a councillor for Old Kent Road Ward. Councillor Whittam, I turn to you.
Hi, I'm Councillor Kath Whittam, Ward.
Councillor Dowmill of Wharf.
And if I could ask officers to introduce themselves, starting left.
Hi, I'm Colin Wilson. I'm the Assistant Director for Strategic Developments.
I'm Nick Grant. I'm a barrister at Landmark Chambers. I'm here.
Hi, I'm Gerald Gola. I'm the committee clerk.
Hello, Andy Sloan. I'm a senior planning officer.
Liam Dunford, point 2, independent daylight surveyor for the council.
Dipesh Patel, Head of Strategic Applications.
Hi, I'm Michael Scaris. I'm Head of Design, Conservation and Transport.
Hi, I'm Emily Tadgell. I'm a Senior Transport Planner.
Thanks very much, everybody. So notifications of any items which the Chair deems urgent. So first of all, we've obviously had the main agenda pack and a supplemental agenda distributed to us. The supplemental agenda covering the Chambers Wharf items. We also had an addendum report that was circulated today with some updated information for committee members. And finally, we've got a members pack which will show the slides that officers will present to us this evening. So I'm happy to accept all of those. That brings us to item 5, minutes of the meeting that was held on the 2nd of July. Those members that were present on the 2nd of July, are you happy that was a correct record? Agreed? Thank you. That brings us to the development management item, item 6. So the next item of business concerns the determination of planning applications. I'd like to remind everyone of the committee guidance and how we conduct business. First of all, officers will present the report, outline the recommendations and answer questions raised by the committee. If present and wishing to speak, we will then hear from the following. A spokesperson representing any objectors to the application. By now you needed to identify a single spokesperson. If more than one objector wishes to speak, the time will be divided accordingly within that 3-minute time slot. Secondly, the applicant or their agent. Thirdly, a spokesperson representing any supporters of the application that live within 100 metres of the site. And fourthly, a ward councillor representing the area affected by the proposal. So those ward members wishing to speak and those nominated to speak on behalf of the objectors, supporters and applicants should sit as far forward in this room as they can. That's particularly important for the applicants, as sometimes we have issues that we wish to follow up with later on in the meeting. That's useful to be able to have that discussion. However, I do want to make it very clear that it's not an opportunity for there to be sort of cross-examination by different participants of each other. The questions are for committee members alone to ask. Each speaker should restrict their comments to the planning aspects of the proposal and should avoid repeating information which is already in the report. The meeting is not a hearing, as I said, where participants present evidence that's cross-examined by other participants. At the end of each representation, the committee may ask questions of the presenter. Speakers should lead the committee on subjects in which they welcome further questioning. That is probably particularly useful if you think 3 minutes is not going to be enough for you to get your all your points across. So it's best to highlight any issues so that we can ask follow-up questions on those items if they seem particularly important. After receiving all the submissions, the committee will debate the application and consider a recommendation. This is a council committee meeting, so although it's held in public, please no interruptions from the audience. And finally, I'd like to everyone present to know, although this planning committee comprises members from different political parties, we're not politically whipped. Our decisions are made in accordance with the council's planning policy and based on the information contained within the relevant reports, together with the consultation responses and any verbal submissions that we hear today. How we approach these applications set out in the Development Management Report at item 6. And if members are happy to note that report, we'll move on to considering the planning applications. Are members happy that we proceed? Thank you. That brings us to items 6.3 and 6.4 for Chambers Wharf. And I'd like to turn to Andy to present the report.
Thank you, Chair, and those in attendance in the gallery. Tonight, I will be presenting 2 applications for Chambers Wharf. Both are amendments to permissions which were initially approved by the Council in 2010 and then subject to material amendments in 2014. The first application, which members are asked to consider, is a non-material amendment application which relates to the quantum of units and use classes in the description of development. The applicant proposes to amend the description by removing the residential unit numbers and non-residential floor spaces in the description of development and moving them into a condition. So the proposed condition to secure those figures is shown on screen, and members may notice that there's an increase in residential unit numbers, and that's because 2 additional affordable units were added to the scheme as part of the 2014 amendment, and so that's why that numbers increased slightly. Officers consider this is a non-material change, and there would be no reduction in the unit numbers or square meters as a part of this added condition. And accordingly, it's recommended that this non-material change be agreed. So moving on to the associated Section 73 amendment. So as I said, the existing applications were approved in 2010 and 2014 and approved 589 homes on the site, including 182 affordable homes to the south of Chambers Street. The affordable components in blocks F and G have been fully delivered and were completed in 2015. The delivery of the private units in blocks A, B, C, and D was not possible due to the site being acquired for the delivery of the Thames Tideway Tunnel. The applicant is advised that the site will be handed back to the developer in 2025, and they've brought forward these current amendments to ensure the scheme complies with fire safety requirements, current internal space standards, in their view of current market expectations. The proposed changes will result in a reduction in private unit numbers and commercial spaces in the ground floors of the private blocks. Site is shown on screen, in blocks A, B, C, and D are to the north of Chambers Street. The Thames River is to the north. Lofty Street and Bermondsey Wall East are to the east of the site. Chambers Street is to the south. And this site is adjacent to residential properties in Access Court and Luna House to the west, as well as Bermondsey Wall West and East Lane beyond. On screen is the application site with the extent of the development shown in red highlight. The aerial view shows the relationship to the surrounding properties. Of note, as I highlighted, the affordable blocks to the south across Chambers Street, blocks F and G, are shown to the bottom of the screen. And the relationship with Access Court and Luna House, as I noted previously, are the adjoining mixed-use, primarily residential developments to the west. The application site is subject to a site allocation in the subject plan. Site allocation represents the existing planning permission and establishes that the site is appropriate for tall buildings and the delivery of 587 homes on the site, as well as mixed-use development. A community center is also referenced in the site allocation, and that has already been delivered as part of blocks F and G, and that aspect would not be changing. These current applications were preceded by a non-material amendment for the same changes, which was withdrawn by the applicant and replaced by the current proposals. And for that reason, we've carried the previous objections over and considered them as part of these current applications. So in total, there's been some slight change in the unit number or the objection numbers as was reported in the addendum report. So 69 objections were received at the time of writing the officer's report. A further 3 objections were reported in the addendum, and then A further 2 were received this afternoon, so bringing the total to 74 objections. The primary issues of concern related to impacts to daylight and sunlight, height and massing impacts as a result of the car parking, construction impacts, concern of lack of affordable housing, and concerns about the changes in dwelling mix. St. Michael's Catholic College also raised some concerns about construction impacts, and they've confirmed that their issues have been addressed through the recommended conditions of consent. The GLA have also confirmed that the amendments do not give rise to any new strategic issues in their view, and they advise they do not need to be consulted further in terms of stage 2 referral. Historic England have also confirmed they have no comments to make. The applicant's cover letter includes a statement of community involvement, which confirms the following. Public consultation was undertaken by the applicant prior to submission. The application is also supported by an equalities impact assessment in relation to the council's development consultation charter requirements. And the consultation undertaken by officers as part of the application is also shown on screen. As shown on screen, this is the layout and amendments with the consented scheme shown in blue and the proposed scheme shown in red. The site layout and general plan form have not greatly altered, maintaining the scheme's urban design aspects. The development retains a well-connected layout that reinforces Chambers Street as the main east-west public pedestrian and vehicle route. Visual permeability of the design is also maintained through this layout, allowing views through the public walkways between blocks C and D, and also glimpsed views through the private gardens between blocks A, B, and C. Further, the layout maintains pedestrian connections to the wider public realm along the Thames pathway in between blocks C and D. And activation of those spaces is achieved through the ground floor commercial uses and also enhanced through the additional residential amenity spaces in the ground floors of blocks A and D. Set out in the report, some plans in the approved scheme did not correctly show the required roof plant for the development. This has been resolved and all required plant is now correctly shown in the plans. The consented scheme is shown in blue and the proposed scheme is shown as in red. The addition changes were necessary related to flood protection, increased floor ceiling heights for some levels, and also, as I said, the addition of the plant and a change from combined heat and power system, which is a gas boiler, to air source heat pumps, which are now placed as roof plant in this scheme. These changes, which have resulted in the height and massing increases, are primarily related to meeting the emergent fire safety guidance, meeting current internal space requirements, and also energy performance requirements. The changes to height and massing are to approved tall buildings, which as approved are all over 30 meters, while the additions of plant increase some buildings by an equivalent of almost another story in some cases, as shown in figures 1 to 4 above. This is somewhat mitigated by the siding and scale of the plant, which are set back from the main roof parapets. In most cases, the plant does not occupy the full extent of the roof. While the changes have increased the height of all blocks, the majority of increases is noticeable at the plant levels, and the parapets, as I said, are not significantly increased in height. While the roof plant is added, the full increases, with the plant added, the full increases the heights of buildings A, B, C, and D ranges 9 meters. Additionally, the massing in some buildings has increased. However, the changes are minimal, and importantly, the heights along Chambers Street have not greatly increased to that relationship with the public realm on Chambers Street is maintained. And these are additional views of the consented and proposed massing and heights, and those figures that I was referencing in terms of the added height is shown on screen. The verified views are shown here. The scheme as approved featured a largely glazed exterior shell, and winter balconies were shown around the exterior of the scheme. In comparison, the proposed scheme has been amended to primarily feature a metalwork exterior, which is more closely aligned with the visual appearance of blocks F and G to the south of Chambers Street. Additionally, the winter balconies have been replaced with insect balconies, which provide more internal space to meet the current space standards and also ensure compliance with fire safety guidance. The amendments will result in a net reduction in 32 units and 45 habitable rooms in the private component of the scheme. The largest net reductions will occur in blocks A and D, which sit along the western and eastern side boundaries. The applicant has confirmed that 68% of the approved units as approved would fall below current space standards. In contrast, the amended scheme complies with the current nationally designed space standards as required by the London Plan. There would be an increase in 2-bedroom properties, and positively the majority of these would be 2-bedroom, 4-person flats. There would be an increased percentage in 3-bedroom and 4-person units from the existing permission, which is welcomed. The approved scheme has 7 studio units and 166 one-bedroom flats. If the consented 1-bedroom layouts were assessed under the current space standards, 158 of these, or 38%, would now be assessed as 1-bedroom, 1-person units. While in contrast, the majority of the 1-bedroom units, which would be approved, would be over 50 meters. So while there is an increase in studio units of 14%, officers consider that there's not a great change from the consented position, which featured a lot of quite small, although partitioned units. They would have been over 38% of those would have been considered 1-bedroom, 1-person units under the current space standards. So overall, while there's some changes in mix, the changes are largely considered positive, and the percentage of studio units in this case is considered acceptable. As I said earlier, the affordable component has already been constructed as part of the original planning permission. Due to the reduction in private units, going from 407 units to 384 units, there will be a resulting reduction in habitable rooms and a minor increase in the percentage of affordable housing on site, and there will be no change to the affordable component. Officers have received independent advice on sunlight and daylight, and we're supported by our consultants point 2 tonight. We've also received reports from members of the community prepared by a separate sunlight and daylight consultant on behalf of residents at Luna House and Access Court. And we received 2 letters from consultants acting on behalf of residents from Right of Light Consultants dated in November 2024 and in April 2025. The submission documents and third-party assessments had been reviewed by our consultants point 2. The results of the residents, consultants, and also a point 2 is that the relevant baseline for assessing the scheme is the image shown on screen, which is the warehouses which were existing in 2007 when the scheme was initially submitted. So through back and forth with residents surrounding the site, and also with the independent advice we've received from point two, we've ensured that the applicant has assessed the scheme against those existing warehouse buildings. As approved, the development resulted in impacts to daylight and sunlight to surrounding schemes or surrounding developments. What's shown on the screen are the results of daylight tests to adjoining properties. While some reductions in access to daylight are anticipated, including increased non-compliance with the minimum BRE thresholds, the changes are considered minimal, and overall the retained levels of light are considered consistent with the impacts approved under the existing permission and the associated site allocation, which anticipates the delivery of a significant number of homes on the site, as well as tall buildings. The applicant in point two have advised that the primary impacts in terms of reductions to daylight will be to access court to the west. However, officers consider perceptible impacts to windows and flats in these properties will be minimal, as the majority of changes will be less than 3% absolute VSC or daylight. Where changes exceed these levels, they're assessed in the officer's report. Overall, officers consider the retained levels, while there'll be reductions, will be generally consistent with the impacts that were approved under the extant scheme. So while there will be 11 fewer windows which accord with the BRE guidance, reducing from 64 out of 127 compliant windows to 75 non-compliant windows out of 128, and 24 more windows experiencing proportional reductions of over 40%. As I said, the majority of those shifts will be less than 3% absolute BSC from the consented position. So despite the increase in non-compliance with the BRI thresholds, the resulting impacts are not considered significant. As I said, these do result in some high percentage changes based on low existing and consented VSCs. Where there are reductions of more than 3 VSC, these were assessed in the report. Our consultants have advised that 15% absolute VSC is commonly applied in urban areas. It is also the case that VSCs near 10% may also be acceptable in dense urban settings. As I said, there's some properties which are below this, and that was also the case under the existing permission. There will also be 41 windows which will experience no change or a positive change, including 14 windows which will experience increases in VSC. In terms of annual probable sunlight impacts, there will be a minor reduction from 37 out of 53 compliant rooms to 28 out of 53 compliant rooms. But again, while there's some further reductions anticipated, overall, the general levels of retained sunlight are considered generally in accordance with the approved scheme. In terms of NSL or no skyline impacts, there was a minor reduction from 36 compliant rooms to 33 compliant rooms under the proposed amendments. But again, the retained levels are considered generally consistent with the extant scheme, despite some reductions. Well, in terms of the ground floor uses, there will be a net increase of 919 square meters of amenity space, which will be shared by the residents of blocks A, B, C, and D. And notably, these will be concentrated in the ground floors of block A, which will see a net reduction of 11% habitable rooms, and in the ground floor and first floor of block D, which will see a net reduction of 7% habitable rooms. public realm will remain largely as consented, with locations of the approved Thames Tideway equipment and the updated river wall design now shown in the plans. The final landscape design will be submitted by condition, as was the case under the existing permission. In terms of improvements that are secured by condition, an additional 5 trees have been secured by condition on Chambers Street, and a compliant urban greening factor will also be secured by condition. The parking reduction numbers are slightly incorrect on this slide. So there'll be a net reduction of 63 parking spaces, reducing from 163 to 100 parking spaces. The residential cycle parking is considered policy compliant, and final visitor cycle parking details will be secured as part of the final landscaping details. A minimum CO2 reductions, it will actually be 74%, so slightly above what's shown on screen, above Part L requirements, and any offset will be secured by payment. Final overview of the consented and proposed elevations is shown on screen, and we can return to that if there's any questions in relation to design. The agreed planning obligations and still are shown on screen. And officers note that over £1 million of planning obligations have been paid by the developer to date. And that's in addition to the delivery of 182 affordable housing units, 62 of which were intermediate units, and 120 which were socially rented units associated with blocks F and G. In summary, some degree of impacts in neighboring amenity are anticipated, as was the case for the original planning permission, but that impact is relatively limited beyond what has been consented, and therefore is considered acceptable. The amendments comply with the current dwelling size standards. There will be lower carbon emissions than was the case under the existing scheme. The scheme will continue to secure the delivery of the Thames Path. There will be an increase in publicly accessible play space, and the scheme will continue to deliver this site in accordance with the allocation in the local plan. We go ahead and conclude there, and the recommendation as set out in the officer's report is that the scheme is approved, subject to the conditions in the officer's report due to variation of the existing Section 106 agreement.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Whittam.
Can you just confirm where we've got proposed and original? Talking about the 2014 scheme or the 2010 scheme.
So thanks for that question. So the original parent permission was the scheme approved in 2010, and that was amended by the 2014 permission. So it's correct to refer to that 2014 permission as the current permission, and that's why the applicant has come in and have proposed to amend that 2014 permission. So that's what secures the current planning conditions for the site, and those would be what would be amended under the current proposal.
Yes.
Carry on with another question.
You may.
We're told that the affordable in the extant scheme has been increased to 32.1. Do we know what the percentage was policy in 2014?
So the policy landscape has changed since then, and I can't advise specifically on what the policy requirements were there, but
I think Colin wants to jump in here.
Yes, the policy position was 50%, Gath. So we rarely met our policy position from that earlier select plan. So the current plan is 35%.
But we normally meet those.
But the point here being the affordable housing has been delivered by Buckingham. So that is, I suppose.
A question I just wanted to sort of clarify, because I think it's very important in terms of consideration of all of this, is that we do have this extant scheme that was, as we ascertained, last amended in 2014. Obviously, what's happened in the interim is 11 years has passed, and obviously, for matters that were outside the control of Berkeley Homes, because it was the building of the Thames Tideway Tunnel and the works associated with that, and has been stated, the affordable housing that was meant to be delivered as part of that scheme has already been delivered, but the private housing hasn't. So just really to understand the weighting of all of that we need to consider, because obviously that was quite a long time that the permission was given, but at the same time, obviously parts of that permission have been built out in the fact that we have the affordable housing elements that were approved, but not the rest of the scheme. So just really to understand that, so that we understand what are the parameters that we're operating and having to consider this evening. Because clearly, we're not looking at a blank sheet of paper. We're looking at a permission that was previously given, and just to understand the weight we need to give to that in making our decision.
Chair, yes. So as Annie highlighted, some of the planning gain, planning benefits from the granted and amended in 20. That includes the.
Sorry, Dipesh, can I ask you to speak a little closer to the microphone?
So that includes the affordable housing, as we've been discussed, but also some of the delivery of the Section 106 contributions that have already been made. So the scheme before you is an amendment to the extant scheme. So in that respect, under consideration are the changes to these blocks A, B, C, and D, and the impacts that they would have, and that in the office.
Yeah, that's useful clarification. So in effect, as I understand that advice, just so this might be a yes or no answer. What we are making a judgment call and making a decision about is not the proposals we have in front of us compared to the land as it appears at the moment. What we're doing is making a comparison between what this application is saying and what has already been approved. Is that a fair summary of the decision we need to make this evening?
Yes, Chair, that is fair. It's also fair to realise that this is an implemented scheme. Having constructed the affordable housing, the scheme's been implemented. So the fallback here is to the previous scheme that can be constructed out without any need for permission. So this is a scheme that's coming before you because of the change in regulations and two staircases and improved sustainability and all those kind of things, resulting in a net reduction in net reduction of habitable rooms to reflect that and to regularize it, to bring it up to the current standards as well. But the key thing here is there is an implemented scheme here, and that's the fallback.
Thank you. Any further questions for officers? Councillor Whittam.
Can you tell me how far Block A is from?
No problem, Chair. So Councillor, the closest point, the Block A sits 11.7 meters from Block A, but that's the closest point, and there's no windows on that part of access court, and where there are windows on development, the separation distances are greater than that.
Do you know what that distance is? Is that
so it is variable, but if you give me a moment, I can pull up something.
Thank you. Whilst we're doing that piece of maths, Councillor Whittam, you have another question?
The footprint of the codes, is that exactly the same as the original?
So the footprint is not exactly the same as the original, but I can navigate back to so it's shown on screen. Yeah, it's fairly similar. So the largest change being at the ground floor, the consented scheme sort of stepped in and was a rectangular form. But what they've done now is they've carried the predominant facade lines all the way down to the ground floor.
Okay, so whilst on the overall, it doesn't feel large, at the Axis Court end, there has been a sort of shifting of building towards Axis Court. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
Right.
there's been some minor shifts in the facade line, but overall it's fairly consistent with what was approved.
Thank you. Any further questions at this stage? I might let you think away at the maths on that calculation, Andy. Have we not got any further questions at this stage? I'd like to ask, are there any objectors in this room who'd like to come and speak to us about the application? Okay. So by now, as you said, hopefully you've identified who's going to speak, because I understand there might be a number here. If you'd like to come forward to the table at the front, and if you need an extra chair, I'm sure we. Thank you very much. So I'm going to allow you time to introduce yourselves, and then you'll have 3 minutes between you to address the meeting. Okay. Right. So I'm going to ask you each to introduce yourselves.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Wendy Abrams.
Stuart Spencer.
Ms. Tomlinson, represent the directly affected residents.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, we represent a great number of people from the most light deprived and affected homes and flats in Axis Court, Luna House, and houses around the area, including Fountain Square, particularly in regards to the height, which hasn't really been touched on, or the massing, the increase of massing of building A and building D. So our message is quite simple, to reduce building A's and D's height to its previously consented level. Why? Firstly, to respect past democratic decisions. In 2008, buildings A height was reduced by 2 stories due to an unacceptable degree of lighting harms. That previous decision set a clear boundary for the acceptable harm, and the increased height of building A now crosses that boundary. Secondly, the planning officer's report ignores the severe damage to our most sensitive one-windowed and open-plan homes. Recently, an appeal planning inspector in London highlighted the need to consider baseline lighting levels for such sensitive homes, yet the issue remains completely ignored here. Southwark's planning officer addendum confirms that increasing the height and massing of building A will mean 24 extra windows will suffer a 40% light loss or more. That's a 200% increase in severely affected homes, and an extra 10 windows will fail the BRE lighting test. This impact is disproportionate. Limiting building A's height is entirely reasonable as a condition. The officers claim that the extra height is intrinsic is questionable, as it's only one of 22 application points in the application. The developer chose to replace 13 ground floor flats in Building A with a pool and a gym complex, and it's their problem to adapt to a lowered height, perhaps by reallocating those flats to blocks B and C, an obvious alternative with minimal impact to existing neighbours. Other issues that we're here today to represent is including mitigation during construction of noise and pollution, loss of commercial space, the fact that Fountain Square is a conservation area, and the impact of increasing the height of Building D has an impact on that too. Clear choice: more developers profit at the cost of 40 to 60 neighbours' mental health in poor light, or upholding the 2008 decision and the residents' right to light and well-being. Context is important regarding the lighting issues, and I do welcome questions on that as well as others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is precisely 3 minutes. So thank you very much. Well done. Questions for the objectors? Can I just first of all? Sorry, we did say from the beginning that it was 3 minutes for the objections. I was looking at my watch. Okay. I'm sorry. We do need to hold this meeting under so you have some clear guidelines and rules. I did say very clearly it was 3 minutes to speak. I did time 3 minutes. And I did also say at the beginning that we wouldn't take any interruptions from the audience. So now members of the committee are welcome to ask questions of the people that presented, but that time that we have, that 3 minutes, I'm afraid, is over. Okay? Right. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for the objectors? Councillor Merrill.
Just with that in mind, I know you didn't speak, so briefly.
Well, just to say, I'm a resident of Chambers Street, and speaking on behalf of the community who have endured over 10 years of construction, some of which have been over a 24-hour working, which is significant. And this new 5-year proposal will extend disruption to over 15 consecutive years, which is exceptional. In a high density residential area with 3 schools within 220 yards of the site. What is concerning is the cumulative impact of physical and mental well-being, children's development, and also community cohesion. And what we ask for, most importantly, and must be without doubt a material consideration in decisions around impact mitigation and where necessary temporary rehousing. Specific risks including safety around high vehicle movement, noise, pollution, etc. must be addressed from the outset. And finally, I urge the committee to take this opportunity to require the use of river transport for heavy materials, alongside a full health impact assessment, a robust environmental safeguards, and binding Section 106 obligations that absolutely prioritise long-term community well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Merrill also asked Ms. Charlton whether you have any comments to raise as well.
Yes. Just a few points I'd like to make. First of all, it's Berkeley home again. It's from St. Martin, St. James's, and this developer is going to be Berkeley's home again. We know all the problems we have with them. But I just have a few points I'd like to make. I have a concern about the fire risk with Block D, which is so close to us.
and it's next to the social housing residence. And basically, we are left out. Nobody does know the great impact. A lot of us are senior citizens over 60 years old, and this extra height. We have the toilets in the extra height that they've done. We don't know why. And about the overshadowing. Basically, we're not going to be able to use our windows at the moment. And another thing, if this has been agreed, as we said, mitigation to do with respite, we'd like to see that written in the documentations. And I think the council should actually think about the residents and your immediate properties that they try not to talk about. They do all the things and forget that it's back onto Fountain Green Square Gardens, that garden. So we're the closest to the project at the moment. So that's all I have to say. And I'm hoping that you councillors will basically listen to us, and they really need to go back to the drawing board. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? I guess the question that I got is, as we know, that there's already planning permission to build on this site. And so in terms of the construction issues that you raised, just to understand, I think you clearly identified as for some areas for us to explore further with the developer. But obviously, if this application was approved, that construction would have to proceed, and some of the disturbance in the past obviously wasn't down to the applicants; it was down to the construction of Thames Tideway as well. But just to understand a little bit more about what mitigation you think would be helpful. I obviously heard using river transport was one of those things that you think would help. Is there anything else that you think we need to be considering when we talk to the applicants?
Yes, absolutely, barriers, and I think we should also really look at the times of building construction. This is an exceptional situation. From looking at this myself, there's only been a few projects of this length of time. I'm talking from 2016, 2015, and this will be extending now. We've got 10 years, just had 10 years, and obviously it's going to be another 5 years. So this is surely a very unusual situation. And for that very reason, we need to look at the timing of obviously when the build and what time that they are allowed to build. Obviously, consideration to that. And I think, without a doubt, we've got to do, look at benchmarking of other sites like this across the world and what has worked successfully. So I know there has been a few. There's one particular site in Sydney that lasted for over 20 years. And there's one also in New York, which lasted for 15 years. But it is a very unusual situation to have such a long project like that.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the question about the height of building A that so Stuart raised that. So we heard from officers that most of that height was really about accounting for plant that hadn't been put on the original application but was always going to be built there. So just to hear your comments and observations on that. What do you think? That's a
very good question, Richard. That certainly was given as the main reason, i.e. for fire and space requirements. But what wasn't mentioned in that officer's summary was the fact that on the ground floor of Building A, at consent, there were 13 flats. They have been replaced, removed, and instead, that's where the swimming pool, gym complex will go. No ground floor flats will be on Building A. So obviously, to maintain profitability, those 13 flats would have to be re-provisioned elsewhere. And one of the options for that is to increase the massing of Building A. That means not just the footprint. The footprint, you're right, Councillor, has not changed that much. The height and the facade length over which it is over a higher height has been increased to accommodate obviously these flats. And what we're saying is that, yes, it is partly also to do with the fact that the missing plant was missing at the consented design, but these 13 flats obviously have contributed to the increasing of height of building A. And those flats could have been put onto buildings B and C without any detriment to the lighting of Access Court and Luna. The one point which hasn't been also made is what I said in my opening address, which is the baseline, i.e. the existing lighting levels of studio flats and one-bedroomed open plan flats has not been considered by the officers. What I mean, I'll just give one example. Flat 22. Existing, it has a value of 9 VSE. That goes down to 0.9 at consent, and it goes down further to 0.4 with the proposed a higher building A. So what the planning inspector mentioned in I think it was Hackney, is that okay, the net decrease of the lighting level may well be small between consent and proposed, but bear in mind sensitive flats which only have one window for all of that light to come through, and if those existing levels, which are right now, are going down by an appreciable amount compared to their existing level, then that is classed as very, very sensitive and vulnerable. And that hasn't been discussed in any of the officers' dialogue tonight or in the reports, that you're affecting very vulnerable flats here, which are one bedroomed and one windowed for an open plan area. Thank you.
That's very helpful. So yeah, I mean that thing about this is Access Court that we're talking about.
Access Court, predominantly Luna, but also there's flats in Jacobs and Hartley, which are in the flats which have been created for social housing predominantly, will also be very, very significantly affected. And it's the context value between what is there right now, what it will be in a consent, and what will be in the proposed. It's the three figures we need to look at, particularly at these studio flats and one windowed living room, kitchen, dining room flats.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful for us to ask some further questions. Councillor Whittam.
So just check which box,
Access Court. There's about 12 other flats. I could recount all of these similar in context damaging figures, but I don't have got time to do that. But it's all in one of my objections that I put in.
Yeah, that's useful for us to look at further. Any further questions at this stage? Yeah, I think certainly that issue about single aspect homes and also construction management plan, I think, are very important to look at. And you also mentioned, I think, there's respite arrangements as well if construction was to go ahead. Just to any considerations in particular you think need to be considered as part of that?
Absolutely. So I think we should be very sensitive and mindful of the fact that so many families and elderly people have been very much affected in the community by this 10-year project. And a further 5 years is, phenomenal, really. So especially children with disabilities, families that have really suffered, children with autism, people that are noise sensitive as well, should definitely be considered, for rehousing, temporarily, of course, during this time.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions at this stage? No? I'm sorry. As I did say before, we have objectors to come forward and speak to us as a group, and we ask questions to them. And we did say that we don't. Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, madam. No, thank you. Thank you for letting us know that. Okay. I'd like to thank you again for coming forward and presenting to us. You've certainly given us some things that we need to think about before we take a decision and ask some further questions about. So thank you for coming forward. If you'd like to return to the public seating area, and now I'd like to ask the applicants or the applicants' agents to come forward to address us. Okay, so as we had with the objectors, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves, and then after that I'll give you 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Simon Lewis and I'm from St James.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members. I'm Chris Gascoigne from DP9 Planning.
Good evening, all. Elliot Kerr from EV7, the Daylight Consultant.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So we originally bought the site from St Martin's back in January 2011, and through agreement with the council, we amended the phasing of the development, which meant that we could bring forward all the affordable homes as the first phase of development, and they were all completed and occupied by 2015, as you know. Now that the Thames Tunnel works are nearing their completion, we're now preparing to bring forward the second half of the development, which comprises the 4 buildings for private homes on the north of Chambers Street. However, as your officers have presented, the original permission was granted some 15 years ago when residential standards have changed alongside other building regulation requirements. So the proposals before you this evening represent amendments to the development to address and incorporate these new standards and regulations. This has resulted in a slight reduction in the number of private homes, but offers an overall improvement to the amenity of the homes which we're delivering. Now, we are aware that local residents have been neighbours to a significant infrastructure project for several years. So therefore, we want to work with your officers to ensure a comprehensive construction environment management plan. And this will build on our previous experience of managing construction activity in this location, having already delivered the first phase of the development. We fully support the officers' report and its conclusions. The proposals accord with all the relevant policies in the development plan and should be granted planning permission. I mean, we're really excited about delivering the second phase of this development and finally completing what we started in 2013. So with me this evening are Chris and Elliot from the project team, and we're very happy to answer any questions which may be.
Well, that was very succinct, so thank you for that. Other questions. I wanted to follow up on one of the points that was raised by the objectors in terms of the height of the building and to understand what thought had been given to increase the height of buildings B and C, which obviously have less impact on the buildings to the east and the west, rather than increasing the height of all of the buildings. Yeah, just to understand your thinking on why you didn't increase the height more of the buildings that have less impact on their neighbours.
I think in principle is that we're trying to stick as closely as possible to the envelope of the buildings which were consented originally in 2010 and then subsequently in 2014. So I think that was our mindset from a planning perspective, that certainly when you're trying to secure amendments that you would go for the path of least resistance in terms of altering, say, the original envelopes of the buildings which were presented. Anything else?
Additional stories haven't been added. So it's
Okay, so you're basically saying that the entire reason for the increases in the heights of all 4 buildings is due to accommodating for the plant that would have been there in any case. Is that?
That's correct.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Whittam.
So just to be clear, you haven't relocated these 13 flats?
Well, there's actually a reduction, I think, as indicated in the officer report of circa 23, I think, overall apartments have reduced.
Do you think about the ceiling height? Use at all to accommodate?
So Members may be aware, but there are requirements around the residential design standards of achieving certain floor to ceiling heights, which is normally 2.5 metres, which is what these units do achieve.
Councillor Whittam.
Just check with Colin. Can it be 2.2?
No, the minimum is 2.5, and that's both national standards and it's also standards adopted in our housing design SPD, and it's also the mayor's standards in the housing design guide.
I wanted to sort of touch on construction management because you clearly have heard that that's a very big concern, and knowing the area, there has been, as you said, the homes on Chambers Street that are already there were delivered in 2015. So I'm assuming they must have started about 2013. So if anything, the objectives were being slightly understated in how long construction work has been going on there between both the buildings there and the work at the Tideway Tunnel. So just to understand, we heard some suggestions about some of the things that the objectives would like to consider as part of construction management plan, just to understand which of those you think would be or wouldn't be feasible. So in particular, things like how feasible is it to transport materials on site via the river rather than by the road network, for example, would be one thing. And what can be done about trying to limit traffic flows which would have an impact on the local school.
So, I mean, we are an experienced developer. We do a lot of development in London, as you'll be aware, and we do work in on some very constrained sites, which are in close proximity to residential. And you'll also be aware we've got a number of regeneration sites where we're actually on site delivering homes over a 20-year period. So we're used to having to deal with our own residents in close proximity to construction activity. In respect of the river transportation point, I think we'd be happy to investigate the feasibility of that. It is difficult. It can be challenging to achieve that, but it's certainly something we're prepared to look at. And in terms of managing deliveries to and from the site at particular times, particularly in peak hours, 8 till 9, or 3 till 4 when it's school collections, we're very happy to again work with officers to come up with a logistics plan to minimise the disruption and any concerns that local residents have about those times.
Thank you. I wanted to understand, given that you have your daylight and sunlight expert with you, about the consideration on the impact of the homes at Access Court. We've heard it from the objectors that a number of these homes, particularly some of those that have been significantly impacted, are effectively single aspect homes, and so only really have, often when we're looking about the impact on homes in terms of daylight and sunlight, we're looking at homes that have other windows and other sides of them, whereas in this case we've only really got one set of windows that's letting all into these buildings. So just to understand a little bit about how your assessment of that impact has been carried out.
Yes, so we've considered the layouts within Access Court as they are designed, as you can see on screen. What we're looking at here is an application that has an implemented consent here, and so we've just considered in the fact that it's the difference between what the revised scheme is showing and the implementable consent, and it's the findings of ourselves and the independent review undertaken by Point 2 on behalf of the council that the additional impact to Access Court is not material in the vast majority of locations. I think, as alluded to in the committee report, there's only 3 windows within the whole of Access Court. I think we considered 128 windows in total. There's only 3 that show a material reduction from the baseline, from the consented baseline, and retain less than 15% VSC, which is what both ourselves and Point 2 considered to be a reasonable alternate for a dense urban location. Those 3 windows all serve bedrooms. The BRE guidance, which is what all of our assessments are based on, consider bedrooms to be less sensitive, and so we think 3 3 windows out of 128, and out of 1,000 we've assessed over the whole wider site. We think that's relatively immaterial.
Okay. So these homes you're telling us have got other rooms with windows which are not as affected.
Jimmy, if you bear with me for 2 seconds, I've got the results here. I can confirm that with you.
Okay, yeah, if you could check, please, because that does feel very important. Thank you.
Could you check flat 22?
Apologies. Yeah, so flat 22 is a dual aspect flat. I think if you can see on screen, it's a 3rd floor and it's the very right hand window on the site facing facade. So it's got, I think, up to 7 windows in it, flat 22, of which 2 face north onto Luna Court, and don't see the proposal at all. I think our results show that 2 of the windows, in fact, actually see an improvement from what they currently see in the existing baseline.
Okay, thank you. That's useful to know. Thank you. And one of the other points that was raised by the objectors about fire risk, and just to understand what's been done to sort of minimise the impact on fire risk, because obviously we've got a very tall building next to sensitive social housing, and I know that a number of the people who live in that social housing in Fountain Green Square have particular vulnerabilities as well. So just to understand those aspects as well of the application.
So we submitted a fire statement with the application, which has been subject to consultation with the Health and Safety Executive. I think it's now referred to as Gateway 1, and they've come back to say that they're happy with the proposed approach. That will then continue through detailed design and a Gateway 2 submission. So there's 2 more sort of checks through Gateway 2 and Gateway 3 to ensure that fire safety regulations are adhered to and will be approved by the regulatory authority. And we've actually, in terms of the building design, they now have 2 staircases, so they have been designed in accordance with all the up-to-date fire regulations.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of the committee? I'd like, thank you very much for coming forward. We may have some further questions following later representation, so please, if you could return to the front seats, that'd be helpful in case those come up again. Right, I'd like to ask, do we have any supporters of the application that live within 100 metres of the scheme site? I'm not seeing any indication that we do, and that brings us, in that case, to ward councillors. Councillor Tester. Okay. Councillor Tester, you are familiar with the running of planning committee, but I will ask you to first of all introduce yourself, and then you have 3 minutes to address committee.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm Councillor Emily Tester.
You have your 3 minutes.
So I'm representing this evening the Ramsey Ward councillors, both Rachel and Hamish, who can't be here today, unfortunately. And we just wanted to open with a few words on the positives of the application and the amendment. We welcome the opening of the Thames Path along the river, providing, and also that the application provides commercial space and also the delivery of new homes in the ward. I think members of the committee should know by now that I do really strongly believe that any increase in supply does help our housing emergency, and that is certainly a key aspect of this scheme. We also welcome the environmental upgrades, particularly the use of air source heat pumps and also the greening site. Nonetheless, we are concerned about the following 3 areas, most of which you've all heard tonight, which is the unacceptable loss of light to homes, in particular to access court. As we've heard, some of the homes are studios or 1-bedroom properties with a single window. I also don't think that the officer's report has given a particularly clear explanation as to why the baseline is the 2007 baseline and not the consented scheme as it currently stands. The increase in massing on Block A does appear to relate just to the introduction of a private swimming pool and a gym, rather than to conform to new building regulations. We don't think that a sort of luxury amenity is a justifiable reason to deprive long-standing residents of light. The proximity and overshadowing of Southwark Council homes in Fountain Green Square, Bermondsey Wall East and Bevington Street. The designs show that their 2- and 3-storey homes are being dwarfed by a glass behemoth that is not in keeping with the architectural designs of the area. And finally, we have been assured that the design has been adapted to take into account the changing climate, but we remain concerned about the considerable use of glass, both on overheating of the flats proposed and of the glare of the proposed homes on the surrounding property. These designs are of their time, they're dated and not fitting for a key site on our national river. A more sympathetic residential design would likely win more support and I contend be more commercially attractive. This is an unusual situation, and in an ideal world we would have seen a full redesign which could take away the additional massing of blocks A and D and put it towards blocks B and C, which would have had less impact on existing residents. We could then have seen a development which is more modern in design and fits the character of the surrounding area better. But I do recognise in this developer-led planning system, members do need to consider the application which is in front of them. If these amendments are given consent, we would urge both the construction and environmental management plan, which would learn from the lessons of the Tideway Tunnel project. As we've kind of heard about that, I'm happy to expand on that. And also, we've also consistently wanted the developers to work with Thames Clipper to explore opening a river stop on the riverfront, which would help manage the impact on transportation as well in the area.
Thank you, and well within your time. Thank you very much. Questions from members of the committee? I think you referenced the materials, which we haven't heard much about today so far, and obviously, the materials that were in the consented scheme were not too dissimilar. In fact, they may have been slightly toned down, I think, in the application we've got in front of us. But just to, because obviously we've got to work with, we're not working with a blank sheet of paper, we're working with what's already got consent here. But just to hear your sort of views and observations about whether you think there are aspects of the materials that are worse in this application than what's previously had approval.
I think that's a very fair question. I think it's a very unusual sort of position that we've kind of found ourselves in. I think if we were designing it from scratch, we would possibly want something that does blend in a little bit more with the kind of surrounding area. I think in particular, it is just the kind of, it's almost like this sort of shift from it being kind of horizontal up to that sort of like vertical kind of shift. And I'm not an architect, I can't really speak with any like particular strength on that, but it does, to me at least, seem to kind of accentuate the height of the building a lot more than the kind of consented scheme. I think, our points sort of notwithstanding about the kind of the glass and the materials being proposed are not ones that we necessarily think would have been chosen if we were looking at this application completely afresh. But again, I do kind of understand that we are voting on what we have in front of us, not what I would personally would have liked to have seen on the site. So I think, yeah, that's
and obviously we do have 2 of the 6 buildings already being built, and indeed been there for a decade now. And obviously the design presumably is designed at least to be slightly in keeping with those, although they are slightly different, aren't they? The current, yeah.
I think the current buildings, whilst they are kind of glass predominant, they do have other materials that are used as well to sort of break up that glass, particularly on the lower kind of ground floor levels, which are flats. They have this almost sort of like greyish concretey sort of material, which does kind of break up that sort of glare that I think that you would be getting from these, and particularly at the sort of higher level. I think they are sort of broken up a lot more than necessarily these ones are, whereas this is kind of really giving Canary Wharf a very sheer kind of glass, and it's not necessarily, I think, what you would expect a new development to look like in 2025.
Thank you. I guess the final question that I've got, before I turn to the rest of the committee, is about the comments you made about construction management plan, and obviously you talk quite powerfully. You heard from the objectors as well about the impact that the long years of construction in the area have had on the local community. Are there any things that, and you talked about learning the lessons from Tideway, is there anything in particular you think would be helpful to be considered as part of the construction management plan that we can think about at this stage. So perhaps we've got a chance to ask the applicants further whilst they're in the room about before, and to give our officers a steer on some of those things we need.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'd absolutely echo what residents have said there. Tideway Tunnel project has been incredibly disruptive, and part of the reason it's been so disruptive, there have been very extended periods of working for that project, and there's been obviously a lot of vibration, a lot of drilling, and that in particular in those extended hours have been really, really disruptive. So I think something that some residents have kind of spoken to us about is that they would like to see a commitment to at least no noisy work on the weekends, because that's been part of the problem with Tideway, is that there's been kind of extended operating hours on Saturdays. It's been really noisy and people haven't had any form of respite. Something that's also been mentioned this evening as well, but residents have asked us to kind of push for as well, is some commitment from the applicant to some form of respite sort of care, as to whether that's, you know, somewhere that people can kind of go and work for the day if they're working from home and there's some particularly noisy works, or if they need a kind of night away from it, if it's, you know, there's been dust and things like that on site. It's some form of kind of respite, I think, would be really, really welcome from residents, because it has been, you know, more than 10 years of disruption from Tideway, and we know that this scheme is going to take a while to be built out, because it's going to be built out in phases as well. So it is quite a long build out for this scheme. So we do know it could be maybe even 20 years of disruption that residents will have been facing from that. I think also the point that residents made around, if possible, for deliveries to be made by river, obviously it is right on the river path will not be open at the earliest stages. So at those early stages of development, if we can have, you know, kind of a lot of deliveries by the river, that would be something that I think would be really welcome, would take a drain out of the local road network there.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee that wish to ask Councillor Tester questions? And I apologise for that, Councillor Whitton. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for coming forward, and we'll allow you to return to the public seating area. Okay, so following those representations, any further questions at this stage for me to consider? Councillor Merrill.
I know we're slightly different territory than we have to look at, but if this was just an application, would it be considering the light? There wasn't any consensus. Would you still be recommending? Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of Dell and Sunlight, what we've done in the report and going through all the various documents to and putting answer some specific questions on daylight and sunlight, is had a look very carefully at impacts that were consented and approved through the implemented scheme and the impacts now. So those changes aren't that great. So we're going from sometimes as single digits, but the VSC percentage as a result of this would change by maybe 1 or 2%, because it started from a low starting point. That proportionate change is higher. So it's but in terms of the overall impact, we think they're very similar to the scheme. So that would be our recommendation is for approval, and we've assessed the impacts. There was a question from Esther about the various scenarios. And again, Liam might want to expand on this. Had a look, the baseline starting point existing was the Wharf. And we've tested, or TV7 have tested, the presented scheme against Wharf and the now proposed scheme against the difference between those two proposed baseline levels.
Sorry, before we proceed, I've just been reminded by the clerk. Councillor Tester, sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the room. That's just for probity. I just in case you'll seem to have undue influence on our decision by remaining in the room. Thank you. Sorry. Any further questions? So Colin has just informed me that there is already a condition about looking at the feasibility of the use of the river in terms of construction as part of the conditions we got in front of us. And I think it's really important to stress that, because I think, given its location, if we can't make good use of the river here, it does feel as if that's a huge miss to be looking at. Councillor Whittam.
Just to say the tideways, river especially.
It's helpful. Thank you. And one of the questions we didn't talk about earlier that came up in Councillor Tester's comments was about materials and about, I think, generally in terms of appearance, but also a particular issue about glare and the impact of that on the local community and surrounding area.
Thank you, Chair. I might try and answer that particular question. I suppose the design, it's fair to say, is a 2010 design, as was consented at the time. It was all glassy and very glassy as it was consented. In fact, has a sort of, when it was consented as a sort of double skin glass layer, a bit like the Shard, I suppose, is the best way to describe it. This, what you see at the moment, is still glass on the outside, but a lot of it, those stripes that you see there, are there's actually an insulated panel which is faced with glass. So it'll have a sort of glass-like appearance, but it'll have a milky kind of finish, because it'll be a solid. Because in order to meet current building regulations, you simply can't build an entire building out of glass anymore. Overheating and other regulations associated with glare and so on have affected that, have meant that a lot of the facade has to be solid, and a smaller proportion of the facade, something like 40% typically, can be windows. So this is what you see here. It'll still maintain that sort of glassy appearance, but it'll be that some of it will be insulated and some will be clear glass. They also have inset balconies so that the facade will not be all glass as consented, but it'll have inset balconies. So it'll be broken up and interrupted by inset balconies. I think in terms of the design, in terms of the glare, it's something that we can look at more closely when the condition to discharge the actual material. So that can be, we can look specifically at sort of low glare glass perhaps, or consider all those impacts on in the final decision on the choice of glass, because there's a different qualities and different categories of glass as well that we could look at in detail when we come to discharging those conditions.
That's helpful. I am particularly concerned, I think, probably the buildings on the south side of Chambers Street, because obviously that they presumably with they're likely to have the most reflection off of that glass, aren't they?
Yes, that side, as you can see in your image there, it looks like it's got balconies as well onto Chambers Street, so there'd be a little bit more broken up there. All the blocks on Chambers Street actually have the affordable housing blocks are a little bit taller, in fact, than the development, and sort of would be overshadowing that. So there'd be less direct sunlight as well, but perhaps in the sort of midsummer, more angle, vertically angled sunlight going into there. So it would be, it would need to be considered certainly, but I'm sure that it's something that could be looked at in greater detail when we look when we look at the samples and materials. We actually look at actual samples and large panels and so on site, and there are, as I say, ranges of glass that you can consider.
Thank you. And we seem to have a slight dispute in terms of the interpretation about the impact of daylight and sunlight on access court. But the applicants say that the most affected homes are not single aspect homes, they've got the windows on the sides. and we've heard from rejectors that's not the case, that these are single homes. Do we have a clear, have we got, are you able to give us a sort of neutral officer's view on that so we understand that situation?
I might ask Liam from point 2, who's been advised to us on the technicalities of tenants.
Yeah, I'll let Liam jump in a bit first. I think I can spend making slightly different points. I believe in EV7 may come back on this, but my understanding of what EV7 is saying is they're saying the greatest impacts in terms of absolute reductions in VSC, and objectors are making a slightly different point. In their view is that they feel the most impacted properties are those single aspects.
I think probably just try and give a strategic summary overview, because we've been through 1,070 windows, so there's quite a lot of data sets to go through. And I think firstly, just to recap the Ward Council raised about as the original baseline scenario being considered. It's something we requested of the applicant, and when we're reviewing, we found there's a hole in some of the work to provide a full strategic view and be able to consider the baseline scenario from the previous massing, also against the proposal, and also against the 2007, 2010 consent. So we've got all those data sets to come to our conclusion. When we're looking at the absolute reductions in BSC between 1.1 and 3.3, so very, very, very small actual changes. In my professional opinion, would those be noticeable if you were to go, it's an hypothetical scenario, isn't it? If you were to be in the room, the previous consent to be proposed, to be decided, will there be a noticeable change in the two scenarios? And my professional opinion is there wouldn't be. It's a very small actual change. When we look at the other scenario, looking at the baseline, looking at the retained levels of daylight, again, very little difference between the two previously consented and currently being proposed. The retained values are pretty good on balance across the 1,070 windows. We've got an isolated incident, I think it's about 7 windows within Axis Court, where the retained values are at the lower end of the mid-teens. They are north of 10% BSC, which are not uncommon in a dense urban area. On balance, the results are largely commensurate with what you find within the borough, but very little in the way of noticeable change between scenarios.
Thank you. Any further questions? I just wanted to go back a little bit on construction management plan. I think, we heard very clearly from the local community about their concerns about construction management, just to see whether it might be in order in terms of construction management plan, if we were to approve, that we have some process of consultation with local community on that, so that they have input into that process and what we can do around that as part of the construction management plan process. Colin, that sounds like one for you.
Yes, we can amend the condition to cover that point. Councillor Livingston, we've had a similar not too many committees ago with the gasworks site. So yes, we certainly amend that, and when parties submit, then we share that with residents, and they can be part of the scrutiny of that proposal and the way that it's implemented.
Thank you. And because I have Barclays in the room, would you be happy with making that as part of the condition? Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Merrill.
Just want to ask a question which is in the back of my head, and it's could the consented application, one that's been consented, be built out under the regulations that come when considering the consented, right? But could it ever be built out with all the new regulations that have over the last 10, 15 years? You mentioned couldn't be afforded for the last anymore. Insulation that would be needed, lift the fire precautions. So could the consented be built out?
I think some changes would need to be made. So the two-stair core, that would result in internal configuration. Could something be done without additional massing? Quite possibly. Maybe that's a question for the applicant to to give a fuller answer for.
Do you want to bring the applicant forward to ask that question again, Councillor Merrill?
Could be quite simply a yes or no.
Yeah, if that's all right, would you? Yes, please. Thank you.
I think, yes, we could adapt the buildings, but we think that what's before you this evening is the right solution, which is why we've made the application. And I think you're talking about a hypothetical. We've designed this scheme to meet current standards, which we think is the right thing to do, which is why we've made the application.
It's helpful. Thank you, sir. Okay. Any further comments, questions? I meant from committee. We've had the opportunity for people to make representations. If I'm not hearing anything else, I would like to move that we adopt the officer's recommendations as set out in paragraph 1 of the report on page 4 of the. Okay, we'll move first to 6.3. So I'd like to move that we adopt the officer's recommendations set out in paragraph 1 of the report on page 4 of the supplemental agenda pack number 1. The application for non-material changes is agreed subject to the recommended conditions set out in the report. Does any member of the committee wish to second this? Councillor Whittam, thank you. Councillor Whittam, how do you wish to vote on this?
For Chair.
Councillor Merrill?
For Chair.
And I'm also voting for that. So that is approved and the application is granted. We'll move to 6.4. So that is the more material change that are put forward. So as I said, with the condition about consultation on the construction management plan, I'd like to move that we adopt the officer's recommendations as set out in paragraphs 1 to 7 of the report on pages 19 to 20 of the supplemental agenda pack number 1. The planning permission is granted subject to revised conditions to those on the existing permission as set out in the report and the completion of the deed of variation to the existing section 106 legal agreement. And secondly, Director of Planning Growth be authorised under delegated authority to make any minor modifications to proposed conditions arising out of the detailed negotiations with the applicant, which may necessitate further modification and may include the variation, addition or deletion of the conditions as drafted. And thirdly, the environmental information be taken into account as required by Regulation 26(1) of the Town and Country Planning, Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations 2017. And fourthly, the Planning Committee, in making its decision, has due regard to potential equalities impacts are outlined in the report. And fifthly, following the issue of the Planning Commission, the Director of Planning Growth writes to Secretary of State notifying the decision pursuant to Regulation 31A of Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations. And sixthly, that following the issue of the Planning Commission, the Director of Planning Growth shall place a statement on the statutory register pursuant to Regulation 28 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations, and for the purposes of Regulation 28(1)H, the main reasons and considerations on which the local planning authority's decision is based shall be set out as in this report. And seventhly, that in the event of the requirements of paragraph 1 above are not met by the 30th of September 2025, the Director of Planning Growth be authorised to refuse planning permission, if appropriate, for the development not complying with Southwark Plan 2022 SP6, SP4, P23, P28, P50, P54, P53 policies, and London Plan 2021 policies SI2, S4, E11, T1, T4, T5, T9, and DF1. Does any member wish to second this motion? Councillor Merrill, thank you. Councillor Whittam, how do you wish to vote on this?
For Chair.
Councillor Merrill?
For Chair.
And I'm Councillor Richard Livingstone. I am also voting for this. The motion is carried and the application is granted. I think at this stage we're going to take a 5-minute adjournment before we move on to the next item on our agenda. Thank you, everybody. Now move to item 6.1 on the agenda, which is New City Court, which is at 4 to 26 St Thomas Street, London SE1 9RS. I'd like to ask Vicky Hosby to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I'm Victoria, team leader in the strategic applications team and case officer for these two applications. As the proposal descriptions on the slide show, my application will move on to our applications in the report. One is a planning application and the other is consent. The site is on the southern side of St Thomas Street and extends across to form the northern side of King's Head Yard.
Sorry, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, yeah, yes, we're still getting slightly used to these new microphones, so thank you for that.
It is to the west of Guy's Hospital, the Shard and Shard Quarter, and the east of Borough High Street. The site includes several buildings, which, while they look to be separate buildings from the outside, they are connected internally by the main building when it was constructed in the 1980s. The bulk of the 5-storey main building is mostly hidden in public views. On the St Thomas Street side, the site includes the historic frontage of Keats House, which is shown on the left-hand side of the top photo, the glazed 1980s entrance building in the centre of the top photo, and then the Grade 2 listed Georgian Terrace shown in the lower photo. Over on the King's Head Yard side, the site includes a 2-storey Victorian screen, and above it the cladding of the main building can be seen. In terms of policy designations, the site is within the Central Activity Zone, the London Bridge, Borough and Bankside Opportunity Area, the London Bridge Town Centre, the Borough High Street Conservation Area, the North, Southwark and Roman Roads Archaeological Priority Area, and it has a 6B. I'll give a summary of the proposal description, but first it's important to be aware of the planning history of this site, as it's an important consideration in the current applications. There were 2 earlier schemes, one submitted in 2018 and one in 2021. Both went to appeal and were heard at public inquiry in 2022. Historic England took part in the inquiry because of the impact on heritage assets within the borough, as well as the Tower of London and St Paul's Cathedral. Starting with the 2018 scheme, it was for a 37-storey office building and ground floor retail, public realms linked through to the underground entrance on Borough High Street, and a public garden park tower. The 2021 scheme was for a similar overall quantum of office floor space and a 26-storey building, so it was lower but wider than the 2018 scheme, and it also included ground floor public realm, a public roof terrace, and the underground station entrance. Both appeal schemes were dismissed by the Secretary of State in 2023 for townscape and heritage reasons. Having considered the planning benefits of each scheme, they were found not to outweigh the harms. The inspector's report for the appeal decision extends to over 200 pages and provides guidance on the elements of each scheme that were acceptable or unacceptable, the level of each heritage harm, and the weighting to be given to the benefits. Listed building consents were allowed but have not been implemented. So for this current third scheme, the applicant has a new architect team and has taken a revised approach to retain more of the existing main structure and extend it instead of full demolition and rebuild. I'll provide you with a summary of the proposal, which is set out in more detail in the report. The application proposes an uplift of 11,174 square metres of office space on the existing buildings, which 1,133 square metres, 32 square metres would be affordable workspace within the Georgian Terrace. The main entrance building on St Thomas Street would be replaced, and most of the locally listed screen along the head yard would be demolished. Keats House would have a mansard roof extension and a new side elevation constructed. The listed Georgian Terrace would be refurbished internally and have some external works. There are further ancillary aspects such as 2 areas of public realm, highway works on St Thomas Street and King's Head Yard, removing the existing car parking and retaining the servicing yard to provide 2 loading bays and using the basement for cycle parking. This is the proposed ground floor plan. No, this is the proposed ground floor plan with the new main entrance building between Keats House facade and the retained Georgian Terrace. Near the centre, the existing open courtyard will be covered to provide circulation space into the main building. And on the southern side, the servicing yard on the left-hand side remains. The oldest bay of the screen is kept, A small pocket garden created and the extended office space continues along the rest of this frontage. So when seen in elevation, the proposal looks like this from the northern side. Tall building showing above the extended Keats House, new entrance building and Georgian Terrace. The main building would be extended by 20.1 metres to become 42.4 metres high and would extend outwards to the northwest south. The King's Head Yard elevation would retain the left-hand end of the Victorian screen, build a replacement frame that steps up from 2 to 3 stories, which provides balconies for the office workers. The proposed architecture of the extended main building is characterised by a grid of repeating bays, mostly 7.5 metres wide, which come in slightly different types depending on where in the building it is being used. The eastern side designed to reflect Guy's Hospital, and the western side designed to reflect the Burbage plots of the High Street. Green metal for the main building has been informed by the architect's research of patterns and colours in the areas, earthy tones and bold highlights in brickwork, copper roofs and the industrial heritage such as the green Borough Market. It has been chosen to intentionally contrast with the glass of the Shard Quarter and other tall buildings around the Shard. The top floor has a mansard design with dormer windows in silver metal. During the application, amendments were made to set back the southeastern corner of the top 2 floors, change the proposed material colour of the top floor from green to silver, reduce the overall height of the extended building by 1 metre. There were also amendments made to the basement cycle parking and technical areas such as drainage and biodiversity net gain. For the listed building consent application, the proposed works are mostly internal to remove and replace partition walls put up in the 1980s. These drawings show the proposed ground floor as it is on the top, with the proposed removal of certain red partition walls in the centre and the proposed layout below. The external changes include providing level access up to each front door, placing an area of rear roof slope where the link to the main building is removed, and the right-hand image is the proposed roof to enclose the courtyard between the Georgian Terrace and the main building. For the consultation responses, there were 2 public objections, one from a member of the public and one from the Old King's Head pub on the yard, about the impact on its residential amenity and setting of the Grade 2 listed pub. 2 hospital trusts commented on servicing, construction phase impacts, the overlooking and daylight loss. Local organisations commented, such as Team London Bridge and Southwark Cathedral, who raised areas of concern with the impacts on conservation area and Grade 1 listed cathedral. Several consultees responded, including heritage bodies such as Historic England, who raised significant concerns, the Georgian Group, who object, and the Conservation Area Advisory Group, who recommend refusal due to the harms to the conservation area, Guy's Hospital, King's Head Yard, and this building. GLA supports the proposal in principle and highlighted areas that weren't fully complying with the London plan. TfL, as the Highway Authority for St Thomas Street and Borough High Street, requested amendments and contributions, and other technical consultees raised no objection and suggested conditions. And also, just to note, there's a late representation made by Living Bankside this morning, which is summarised in the addendum before you. In terms of the assessment of each application, the report before you goes through a list of topics for the planning application and listed building consent. I'm going to look at 4 of these issues of the office floor space, the design and townscape, heritage impacts, and the impacts on neighbour amenity. So in terms of the office extension, New City Court is not a site allocation, but it is within the central activity zone. The London Bridge Borough and Bankside Opportunity Area and the London Bridge Town Centre, where office use and providing further floor space are supported by policies in the London Plan and within the Southwark Plan, including policies SP4 and P30. The London Bridge area visions aspiration to deliver 10,000 jobs in this opportunity area, and the strategic targets within ST1 and ST2, which aim for an uplift in employment floor space across the plan period, including this central area. The scheme would deliver an uplift of 11,000 square metres of additional office floor space, with over 1,100 square metres of affordable workspace on the site. Turning to design and townscape, the applicant provided a heritage, townscape and visual impact assessment with several visuals of how the proposal would appear. This visual shows the proposal in red in its context of 2 and 4 stories buildings around Borough High Street and modern tall buildings of the Shard cluster in blue. The site is located within the Borough High Street conservation area, as shown by the brown layer in the top left map. Proposed tall building would be visible from within the local area and from example London Bridge, where it would infill the current sky between the existing buildings at the end of the bridge, but have a proportion that fits with the step in height between the taller buildings on the left of the image and lower buildings on the right. From Southwark Street, it would be seen alongside the Shard cluster. The appeal decision established that the site is appropriate for a tall building and that the site is at a point of landmark significance. The inspector considered the site to be an area of transition between the more domestic and traditional architecture of St Thomas Street and Borough High Street and the more contemporary area around the Shard. The 11-storey height is now considered proportionate to the significance of the location. It would sit higher than its immediate context of this historic part of Borough High Street, although its massing, architecture and lower floors respond well to the local character and streetscape. However, as I'll set out later, it will cause heritage harms. So for the heritage impacts, the proposed tall building would be visible from many parts of the conservation area, including from around Borough Market, where it would be seen above the current High Street buildings, around the War Memorial, and from Bedale Street, where it will appear above the listed Georgian Terrace pub. In some of these views, the tall building would be seen against or alongside other modern buildings. However, in views such as this from St Thomas Street, it would appear by itself and be a significant change from the current roofscape and skyline. The tall building would be seen behind Keats House and the Georgian Terrace further to the west, shown on the right-hand image. The replacement entrance building is considered to conserve the character and appearance of the conservation area, and the works to Keats House are considered to enhance this historic frontage and the character of this part of the conservation area. On King's Head Yard, the existing screen, which is on the council's local list, would be mostly demolished. This removal would adversely affect the character and appearance of the conservation area and cause a low level of harm. The demolition has been justified by providing further information on the age of the screens, that the oldest western section has been kept, by the public benefits arising from the creation of a new green space and the high quality design of the replacement frame facade, which would have an improved relationship with the street. By rebuilding along the line of the yard with a 2 and 3 storey frontage, the sense of scale would replicate that on the southern side of the yard and the intimacy would be recreated. Taking all of the impacts of the proposal, officers consider the proposal to introduce a mid-level of less than substantial harm to the Borough High Street conservation area. In these cases, decision makers are advised to place great weight on harm arising to heritage assets. Any harm should be avoided or convincingly justified in accordance with the NPPF, and officers have considered the public benefits the scheme would deliver. Turning to the impacts on listed buildings in the area, being within the oldest part of the borough, there are many historic buildings next to and close to the site. Let's start with Southwark Cathedral, as it is of the highest grade. The top 2 images are of the existing situation and the 2 below the proposed. On the north side, the proposal will be visible in the gap between the gable end of the cathedral and its neighbouring building. The top of the proposal will be visible when standing on the western side of the cathedral to appear above the railway viaduct, as shown by the blue wire line in the bottom right. Officers consider this to be a low level of less than substantial harm to the Grade 1 listed cathedral. Guy's Hospital is Grade 2 star listed and immediately next to the site. The tower would appear above the hospital's western end and be particularly visible from the northern quad, where it would be viewed directly above the chapel. This view is taken standing right at the eastern end of the quad, with Guy's Tower behind you and the Shard and Shard Quarter out of the image on the right-hand side. The eastern elevation has been designed around the chapel's pediment with a 5-window arrangement to intentionally reflect the window arrangement of the chapel. The amendments made here have reduced the overall scale visible above the chapel to 2 floors and a manside story, but would nonetheless cause harm. The tall building would also cause loss of light to the chapel's 3 stained glass windows, with an average 49% loss of overall light levels across the year. Let's consider the harms to the setting of Guy's Hospital and to the chapel's windows to be in the middle range of less than substantial harm, quick significance. These photos are to remind members of the existing context around Guy's Hospital. We're looking to the south, in the top left, to the north, right-hand side, and to the east, bottom left, showing the Shard Quarter and Guy's Tower on two sides of the quad. Officers also found a low level of less than substantial harm to the Grade 2 star listed 9A Mary Sheridan House on the northern side of St Thomas Street from the scale of the tall building competing for attention in the skyline, the church tower at 9A St Thomas Street, and reducing the visibility of the church tower in views from the. The Grade 2 listed Old King's Head pub sits within its yard context, facing the servicing yard and Victorian screen at close distance, the main building beyond, which impact on its existing day levels to the lower levels of the pub. The yard setting, its immediate neighbours and context would be largely preserved. BRE daylight guidance does not recommend a daylight level for a public house. Officers consider there is some heritage harm from the added height and massing of the tall building, which is considered to be a low level of less than substantial harm, principally to its setting. Proposed changes include a green pocket of new public ground to the east of the pub and resurfacing of the yard to improve its quality and accessibility. So these would be public benefits within the setting of the listed building. Other listed buildings that would be harmed by the prominence of the tall building include the Georgian Terrace site and a bunch of Great Public House, as well as numbers 41 to 57 Borough High Street. This slide summarises the heritage harms from the proposal to the conservation area, the listed buildings nearby and on the site. In assessing the scheme's impacts, officers had regard to the level of harms the inspector considered the appeal scheme was to have had, which were within the less than substantial harm range. The heritage harms of the current scheme need to be given great weight in your consideration of the planning application. Another area of careful consideration are the impacts on neighbour amenity. Daylight testing was carried out to nearby residential, hospital, education, religious and student housing properties, which are coloured in on this slide. The results of the VSC daylight testing to windows are summarised on the left-hand table, with the Old King's Head pub, Orchard Lisle House student accommodation and Guy's Chapel the most affected. Pub's front elevation windows, when tested as individual panes, will see significant reductions in VSE from their existing values of 13.3 to 25.6%, down to 0.8 to 11.8%. These reductions represent a 48 to 94% loss. When combined to consider the VSE for the whole room, the losses across the front room of the pub remain significant at 54 to 83%, though retained VSE values in the range of 2.3 to 11.8%. The results of the NSL daylight test, sorry, I skipped ahead. Results of the NSL daylight test rooms are summarised in the right-hand table, with the pub and student housing most affected. 5 of the pub's front rooms would also see a substantial reduction in daylight distribution, with losses of 38 to 90. As shown by these floor plans, the extended buildings would be taller, sit closer at second floor level and above, and extend further across the frontage of the Old King's Head pub than is existing. Privacy impacts from the closer proximity can be mitigated by privacy measures being included to the closest floors, as shown by the right-hand images. This mitigation would be secured by proposed condition. There would still be harm to the pub's amenity from the loss of daylight and outlook, however, which cannot be mitigated and needs to be weighed in the planning balance. The report before you goes through the many other planning considerations, such as the urban greening measures, archaeology, transport and highways aspects, environmental matters and sustainability. A series of planning obligations and conditions are set out in the report and its 2 appendices. These will secure mitigation to reduce most of the adverse impacts of the proposal and ensure public benefits are delivered. Just to touch on the listed building consent application, the proposed internal and external works will preserve and cause no harm to the architectural and historic significance of the Grade 2 listed Georgian Terrace. They include heritage benefits with localised repair and restoration of features, which would contribute to the sustainability of these listed buildings. But because of the harms to heritage assets and to neighbour amenity, officers considered the planning balance of these harms with the public benefits the scheme would bring. Benefits include delivering approximately 11,000 square metres of additional high-quality office space at this centrally located and accessible site within the CAS and Borough and London Bridge area vision. There would also be improvements to the quality of the existing office space on the site to be grade A+ office space that meets current requirements and needs. Delivery of 1,100 square metres of on-site affordable workspace. Provision of jobs and training within the completed scheme as an increase of approximately 675 to 875 full-time equivalent jobs compared with the existing offices, and include 70 jobs for local people. This would come with an increase in local spending from the additional workers. There would also be provision of jobs and training opportunities during the construction stage, including 23 sustained jobs, 23 short courses, and 5 apprentice opportunities for local people. The sustainability focus of retrofitting and retaining much of the AT structure to reduce the carbon intensity of the proposal in an extended building that would achieve BREEAM outstanding rating. The updated plant and improved fabric performance of the facades would improve the carbon emissions compared with the existing fabric. There would be delivery of greening and biodiversity improvements, achieving and slightly exceeding the greening factor policy requirements, and a 153% improvement in biodiversity net gain. There will be provision of 2 areas of public realm with seating and tree planting. The highways improvements to St Thomas Street to replace the tarmac treatment of the widened pavement, and the improvements to King's Head Yard to bring it up to SSDM standards and improve its accessibility. There would also be financial contributions towards transport improvements for TfL's Healthy Streets projects for St Thomas Street and Legible London updates. The heritage benefit of the renovation of the Georgian Terrace to make it ready for occupation for affordable workspace and to make the front doors level access, and approximately £3.6 million of sill payments for Southwark and mayoral sill, and the retention of business rate uplift. The officer report before you sets out in paragraph 395 the relative weighting given to each of these benefits. The scheme would help deliver key aspects of the Southwark Plan in terms of employment and complies with the development plan policies in most areas. This package of public benefits from the proposal is considered by officers to be sufficient to outweigh the heritage harm and the harm to neighbour amenity that cannot be mitigated. Therefore, the recommendation to the committee are therefore as set out on the slide and includes the update set out in the addendum. Firstly, that planning permission be granted, subject to conditions, the completion of the Section 106 legal agreement and referral to the Mayor of London. Secondly, that listed building consent be granted, subject to conditions. Thirdly, that the Director of Planning and Growth be authorised under delegated authority to make any minor modifications to the proposed conditions arising out of detailed negotiations, which may include the variation and addition of the conditions as drafted. Fourthly, that Planning Committee, in making its decision, has due regard to the potential equalities impacts that are outlined in the report. And fifthly, in the event the requirements of paragraph 1 are not met by the 31st of October, the Director of Planning and Growth be authorised to refuse planning permission if appropriate, for the reasons set out in paragraph 383 of the report.
Thank you. Questions arising from this? I just wanted to particularly ask about, in the report, we've got reference to the inspector's examination of the previous proposals here. They seem to say some slightly contradictory things. So in paragraph 93, I think it talked about, the inspector said it seemed like a good site to have tall buildings given it's near the Shard. And then later on, I think it's paragraph 153 said, yeah, the tall building here would be very incongruous. So just to understand how we should weigh all that up in looking at this application. Obviously, it's a very different application. It doesn't have that sort of height. You just get a bit of a steer on that.
I'll have a go at that. Thank you, Chair. When we have an application that has been determined on has history, has a planning history like this, with a planning appeal and a decision made by an inspector, those situations have a very clear direction to the authority. The inspector takes great pain to make sure that they balance they judge all the aspects of the scheme and give clear direction for future development that might come forward. Obviously, they address the reason for refusal, they consider the proposal in the round, and reach their conclusions. And in that respect, it's quite common that an inspector would kind of play the balancing act, if you like, or look at things that are in its favour and things that might be against, that might work in its against it. I guess in this instance, and trying to read into what the inspector was actually thinking at the time is difficult, but we have their explanation in the report. I suppose, I mean, what we're seeing is that yes, what they're concluding is that any development on this site would give rise to some harm, a degree of harm, given its the scale of the conservation area, and then it's a sort of an assessment of the order of that harm. The inspector obviously noted the changing character of the area and the significant buildings around there, so anticipated that there might be a taller building than the existing New City Court. So concluded that might still work in this location, but obviously concluded in the end the 26-story and the 32-story buildings just really not appropriate, and conclude that there was significant harm. In taking that decision, they did conclude that it wasn't just the harm of the assets within like the Southwark Cathedral and the conservation area, but there was other harm associated with the World Heritage Site as well, that really tipped the balance of those significant buildings. I guess that was a very clear steer from the inspector that there is some level of harm, but it's when you start to create wider harm into more significant assets, heritage assets like a Grade 1 listed cathedral nearby and the World Heritage Site, that does tip it in the wrong direction. But here, what we have then is the design has sort of sought to avoid that harm, and so we don't have any rising to the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site, and there's very limited harm, certainly to the cathedral. So that's the I suppose that's what's in the inspector's report that we should take in mind when we consider this.
Thank you. I guess the other question I wanted to ask was really about what weight do we put on. I'm probably looking at you, Michael. This particularly about some of the impacts to buildings in the conservation area, particularly for me, the sort of impact that's seen most serious. May disagree, may think there's other things that were particularly impacted, but for me, that impact on the Guy's Chapel felt quite considerable, both in terms of the exterior appearance and also the impact on the sort of stained glass windows inside. So just really to understand, there's views on the way we should be applying to those things.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, there's a fulsome detail in your report. The report before you of the harm arising. I guess we can summarise it simply by where the height and the visibility, the degree of visibility over the rooftops, and also I guess that it is how prevalent it is as you're walking around the conservation area. That's the reason why we first concluded that it is less than substantial harm. The reason for that is that substantial harm means complete loss of heritage value and significance. That's not the case here. The conservation area is preserved. The building is largely preserved, except for a portion of the screen that is lost there. It's always a matter of judgment, and as you see in Victoria's conclusions about the levels of harm, it's a varied degree of harm, less than substantial harm that we're reporting to you. But the most obvious one is the point that you highlighted, the view from the quad and the view from St Thomas Street, where the building will be visible over the rooftops of the listed terrace below. The highest significance, we'd have to give the greatest weight to the assets of highest significance, and those are Grade 2 star, the Guy's Hospital, and the St Thomas's Church across the way and the Grade 2 star listed terrace on the right hand side. Taking those firstly, there is limited harm there. It's all about the prominence of the church's bell tower there, which is really not constrained, but you might say that there's a degree of distraction arising from the taller building on the left when it's compared to the church tower. But that is very limited harm, I would say. So the most immediate and direct impact is on the Grade 2 star listed chapel. The chapel is a real thing of beauty. It's it's one of those spaces that you appreciate not just from the quad, but when you enter the chapel and the lovely rose windows. Those are the existing New City Court is very close to those rose windows already, so they are slightly occluded by the new existing New City Court. So this would be a new cladding on that and then extended vertically. So I would say that there's limited weight that we can give to that to that impact on the interior appreciation of the rose window. It's really this view and this appreciation. It's thing to bear in mind is that this is, as Victoria highlighted, is directly opposite with your back against the wall on the other side of the quad. And that's the high, so that's shown to you because that's the highest degree of impact. As you move to the middle of the quad, the building would have a lesser impact, and you would, and the middle is really the sort of main axis, what I call the sort of main axis of Guy's Hospital, which is really a real pleasure to use and to appreciate.
So this photo is basically you're standing with your back to the wall.
Opposite. Yes. So this is the highest degree of impact, and it would be lower as you progress to the middle. I expect that when you get to the middle, it'll look like an attic story or a set behind the pediment there, and that's the similar experience that you would have as you move onto St Thomas Street and round. It is, I suppose, in urban design terms, I would say this is a sort of layered view. You see the heritage in the foreground, and you see the taller building in the background, and it's a degree to which that is a distraction or harm to the heritage is a matter of judgment. I think that there is a sort of quality of design that you also take into account when you look at it. The small things that we try to kind of encourage with that, which was the 5-window arrangement, which tried to kind of just connect it to its context and connect it to the chapel. Those are features that we try to kind of weave into the and you take into consideration. So, long story short, we are satisfied that the harm is convincingly justified here. There's a medium to high level of harm, of less than substantial harm, but taking the proposal in the round, considering all the public benefit, public space, the improved public realm on St George's Yard, the new green spaces, the heritage benefits arising from the improvements to the listed terrace, as well as the affordable workspace delivered by this proposal, are certainly convincingly justify the mid to high level of harm, of less than substantial harm that we're, at worst, that we are recording.
Thank you. Any further questions for officers? Councillor Whittam.
Given that explanation, are we not supposed to take the word of Historic England and the Georgian Group and Conservation Area Advisory Group, all of whom are opposed to this application?
Thank you, Chair. Historic England certainly have not objected, and certainly if you can, they obviously considered their position very, very carefully, because as we know, they did present evidence together with us in objecting to the previous proposals. So yes, there might be some critical language in there. But I suppose ultimately they did not object. Is what they are certainly the other comments that you highlighted, the Georgian group and CAG certainly have you should think about those and consider the points they make. Perhaps it's fair to say that those are heritage bodies that don't have the difficult decision that you have at the moment. They're looking purely at heritage and not considering the sort of rounded effect of the proposal or the benefits that might flow as a result of the proposal. So yes, they will be looking at it purely on a heritage basis. But obviously, you have the privilege of considering it in the round and considering it, and that's what's.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam.
Cause considerable harm to the conservation area. A number of its component buildings, particularly Historic England is therefore unable to support the proposal and strongly recommend that amendments are made to the scheme to reduce the harm and better respond to national. That doesn't sound like they're not shy coming forward. And we shouldn't have to sacrifice our heritage for.
Thank you for highlighting that. I mean, that's certainly the points they've made. I guess what I was making clear is that they did not use the word object, which would have triggered a call-in from the Secretary of State were this decision to be made contrary to a formal objection from Historic England. And
all right, so they've not made a formal objection, but
it's not a formal objection. Sorry, forgive me. That's what I'm saying there. So that if this committee were to have received a letter from Historic England saying we object to this proposal, and in the light of that objection, you were to make a decision contrary to that, that decision is likely to be called in by the Secretary of State, an inspection and a decision made by an inspectorate. So.
Which I think was the case, Mike, wasn't it, for the two previous schemes, which Historic England did say we object to.
Okay, so there is that distinction in how they treat this as to. No. Any further questions from members of the committee? No, in that case, thank you. We're now going to move on to representations. First of all, does anybody wish to speak in objections? Yeah. Would you like to come forward, sir? So, thank you. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, and then you have 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Southwark resident.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Hello, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you as a member of CAG. Whilst CAG welcome the principles of development, Southwark and restoration of heritage, CAG strongly object to the overmassing and high proposal, which ignore the policies of Southwark plan in terms of P20 and P conservation area guidelines on the impact of tall buildings, central prominent heritage conservation area at the centre of historic Southwark. This building is not required to deliver the Southwark plan. The office requirements are in addition. The affordable housing could be done anyway. It doesn't need the heights. CAG implores this committee to listen to all the heritage expert advice from Historic England, the Georgian groups and Guy's Trust, Southwark Cathedral, even the advice of their own GLA, to reject the on-balance recommendations of the Council and refuse the application to be non-policy. The site is the very heart of Old Southwark, surrounded by some of Southwark's most significant buildings and townscape. It should also direct the council to be prepared to fight any future appeal or other to show that it's prepared to defend the very essence of conservation of heritage in Southwark, what is clearly overdevelopment. A moderate harm would normally be automatically refused in this context. Be in no doubt, this is an example of what significant heritage harm to a conservation area looks like, which every policy in Southwark and the London Plan seeks to prevent. You are the only ones now that can protect Southwark's most historic heritage core from it. Southwark has been previously prepared to fight the previous inappropriate schemes for this site and won twice. Officers must be directed to be prepared to do so again. It's critical when this happens that you be the silent voice of heritage and its conservation. I summarise our objection. This is a tall building in a conservation zone and not compliant with the Southwark Plan. Significant harm to a conservation area, including destruction to heritage area. Overdevelopment, no contribution to public amenity, transport, infrastructure to accommodate. Inconsequential public benefit and virtually no improvement to the realm. Limited restoration, and the proposal seriously compromises the quadrangle as you. I don't need to list the Grade 2 star and Grade 1 listed heritage. You've already had some of that, but it is significant, as are the views. This includes views of our iconic tower of the Shard, which will be blighted from Southwark Street, as you saw. The fact is, like previous scheme proposals that have been rejected in 2 appeals, this is still a tall building based at the centre of one of the most historic conservation zones in London, second only to our historic palace. This is not a tall building zone. Our argument contradicts the council that there is any public benefit at all. It will do significant harm to Southwark and the 10,000 or more council tax-paying residents that live around it who will be impacted, let alone the wider public. If you allow this building to proceed, it will damage the CA forever and set a precedent for every other tall building that is proposed to come into this area or with minor amendments to these heights. I would like to say more and answer questions.
Thank you. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? I wanted to pick you up on the tall buildings, and we've got a model in front of us here which shows the development and shows quite a lot of buildings which are a lot taller just to the north, the east of the site. So just to hear a little bit more about why you think a tall building in this location has particular harm compared to much taller buildings which are very nearby.
Mainly because it sits at the heart of the Grade 2 star and other buildings in the area which it doesn't currently have any lights. So the other buildings are actually in the target zones, but this is in the conservation area and it's not a target for at all. So if the site was, say, 2 stories in height above what it currently is, which is 5 stories, it probably wouldn't be considered as harmful from that perspective as 10-story, which doesn't include plants. I think there's another story of plants above that, but don't test me on the technicalities. This has some of the finest Georgian terraces in the centre of Southwark, in addition to the Guy's and St Thomas Hospital, which is one of the most iconic hospitals in the country. You've got a Grade 2 star, a Grade 2 listed building, or Grade 2 star listed building, church opposite, and you've got Grade 2 listing King's Head Yard behind, where they're proposing to remove Victorian facade with the part of the feature of that yard and replace it with some modern design that is. All this does is provide an additional office space for the applicants. It provides 800 jobs. There are much more significant sites in the area that are already delivering what aims to be as the public. 90 square metres of public realm for a pocket garden is not a significant addition to their heritage to justify the harm that's happened from seeing from other conservation areas.
Thank you. And obviously we've heard about some positive heritage aspects of in terms of the buildings on St Thomas Street.
It's a restoration of
Yeah.
Georgian terraces.
Yeah.
We would have no for that. And in fact, you know, the affordable housing, as they've already added in the scheme, could be delivered through those without providing the heights. At the moment, the scheme has zero affordable space, sorry. So it could be done in those Georgian terraces anyway, without adding 5 stories.
Okay. Any further questions? Any indication, but thank you very much for coming forward. It's really helpful to get that perspective on the application. So I'd like to ask you to return to the public seating area. Thank you very much. With the applicants or the applicant's agent, I'd like. So again, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves and then I'll give you 3 minutes to address.
Thank you, Chair. I'm James Shipton. Simon Whitaker, Ormond Architects. Mike Dunn from the Townscape Consultancy.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm James Shipton, a Senior Development Manager at GPE, long-term investor in Southwark. Already making a significant investment with the reimagining of the house, which is similarly reused and transformed an existing building to create a modern and highly sustainable work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our exciting proposals for Thomas Yard, building we have owned since 2006. And Thomas Yard sits in a highly accessible location close to London Bridge Station in the opportunity area that is earmarked for. While the existing office building has served its purpose over the years, it has its challenges, including outdated facilities, poor environmental, and a lack of architectural cohesion with the surrounding context. Fundamental refresh is required to meet the modern occupiers, maximise the building's potential to jobs and fuel growth in the local economy. Our reuse and transform proposals represent a sensitive and sustainable approach to revitalising the site. We will retain and reuse the existing building structure, significantly reducing embodied carbon and waste. This approach enables us to preserve and enhance the area's character while delivering future-facing development. Our proposal will create over 23,000 square metres of high-quality space, creating nearly 900 new jobs, 1,700 jobs total. Plans include new flexible workspace that meets standards, alongside on-site affordable workspace areas, supporting local businesses and organisations. Ground level, we're introducing engaging frontages and flexible commercial space, helping to create a more vibrant and welcoming area. We're also proposing improvements to the public realm by increasing the street diversity, welcoming pedestrian experience in King's Head Yard and at the entrance on. These upgrades, excuse me, combined with high quality transparent facades, will improve visual oversight and foster a more open, inclusive and inviting experience. The application has been subject to a comprehensive engagement process over the past 10 months with Council, GLA, Historic England, local councillors, community stakeholders, as well as local residents. Our design has evolved positively through that engagement, a series of massing adjustments made, including an overall reduction in height. We believe we have created an exemplary design which will significantly enhance the surrounding area, a point which is also recognized. We therefore ask that you support the Officer recommendation to grant planning permission for siting and redevelopment. Thanks again for your time. Team and I are happy to answer.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Councillor Whittam.
You've had 2 designs rejected by Southwark County, and yet you still persist in having a building which is surrounded by smaller buildings, detracting from the beauty of Why don't you learn from those two rejections? This building should nestle in between the other buildings. It shouldn't be the star of the show, because it isn't the star of the show.
Thank you. I think the inspector noted that at some point in the future, the existing building will need to be upgraded. It is functionally obsolete. It has reached a point where it's at the end of its life. We have taken a totally different approach this time, learning from Minerva House and just general direction of travel on working with the existing buildings. We are looking to reuse the existing building, which fills the site, does lead to a significant reduction in carbon and waste. We've spent a lot of time with officers working through the height, adjusting the design, taking out colour and architectural detail to ensure it sits comfortably in the landscape views. And this is 11 stories versus mentioned previous schemes were above stories. The original application was 37, so we have come down very materially height.
Those two schemes were completely disregarded. They have been thrown out because they were completely incongruous to the setting of the building. Setting is all historic, it's all grade 2 star, grade 1. Yet you persist in putting these big blocks in the middle of it. That's the maybe you don't learn. It's very good to use the frame and use the embodied carbon. Love all that. If you'd done that with a building, maybe 2 stories more, I wouldn't have such an objection. Not to sit in its context. It's not sitting in its context. Shouting, look at me, when the buildings around it are much more beautiful. And they have been there for a long, long time. Need to be respected.
I think it would be useful to perhaps have a question in there, Councillor Whittam, to give the applicants a chance to respond.
Why didn't you make it sit in the context of the buildings around it?
Thank you. I think if I could ask my colleague Mike to comment on landscape to say something about design and how we set out to address the concerns.
Thank you. I'll just start by reiterating what was said already in terms of the principle of a tall building on this site being very, very firmly established by the appeals. We were looking at a 37-story, or the appeals looked at a 37-story tower and a 26-story tower. This is an 11-story tower. That principle of a tall building on this site was established, and that is a material consideration. So whatever tall building goes on this site, it will be visible in some way. That is something we need to, it is a material consideration which we need to follow. So the way this has been designed, it's of high quality. That was also noted in the officer's report, and it mitigates those scales between those tall buildings around the Shard, and note that Shard Place is within the conservation area, and the finer grain buildings around Borough High Street.
Thank you. I think it's also worth mentioning that we have worked very closely with Southwark's design officers and police officers. We've assessed 20 different views around the surrounding area to carefully assess the mass and height. That mass and height has reduced as a result of those discussions. We've had a further design review panel as well, which enabled us to reflect on comments received there. We've carefully crafted and shaped the building mass and the architecture to respond to those comments. We think that on assessment, the building does sit comfortably within its context.
facades also have been developed to specifically respond to the locality, particularly along St Thomas Street and Kingshead Yard. Those facades are lower and are proportionate with the buildings either side. In Kingshead Yard, the architecture is deliberately designed to respond to the historic context of the yard itself, containing that more intimate space, and the taller element of the building is located to the central part of the site, as you rightly said. But in doing that, it diminishes the view of that from those 20 views that we have assessed.
Can I ask a slightly more nuanced question than perhaps Councillor Whittam has, but it is very much in the same area. Looking at the model in front of us, it's clear that the building gets taller towards the Guy's Hospital quadrangle and sort of steps down slightly towards the Borough High Street end. Given that I think probably our concern is most about the impact there is from that eastern end of the site, I just want you to understand why the building steps up in that direction rather than away from Guy's Hospital, where it might have had lesser an impact on Chapel.
Just explain the massing rationale. So I would sort of rephrase that slightly to say the massing steps down as it moves to the east, and that's because of the view looking from London Bridge station. Sorry, London Bridge, as you're looking over London Bridge south. Get the view up on the screen. But the massing is deliberately stepped down to align with the surrounding buildings that appear to the right. We've crafted the top of the building so that there is a pavilion on that left-hand side, and plant enclosure also wraps around that top floor. So there is no addition, as was suggested earlier, there is no additional plant above. The plant is all contained on the 10th floor. 10th floor internal space is significantly smaller as well, and then that sits on top of the level. So you can see this is the view, the long view looking over London Bridge, and the massing is stepping down to align with the buildings to the right-hand side there.
So just part of the reuse aspect of proposals is with the east core is positioned on that side of the site, and taking that up where we have to have lift overruns, etc. Partly a function that we couldn't.
Thank you. And just to again, to perhaps develop Councillor Whittam's question, is to understand the reason for the height. And I appreciate that the height's come down considerably from the two schemes that the planning inspector rejected. But it does feel a little bit as if I might be wrong, so please correct me if I am wrong, but it does feel as if the building has shuffled eastwards a bit in terms of where its height is. So just to understand whether that is the case, and just to understand the need for 10 or 11 stories.
Sure, we have shuffled it east. We are in working with the existing building, which is aligned east to west. The footprint of the building is set. So we haven't been able to reconfigure ground for it. And taking it upwards. We have made some architectural refinements. I've altered the rest of the building and side design, softens it. We also changed the colour. Originally the green proposal, instead we've gone for soften that sky. And that's really.
Thank you. Councillor Merrill.
Just trying to move away from this, right? Trying to move away from the heritage element. We had any who you asked the question. But what other benefits do you consider this development will give the local area? I'm trying to give you a little bit of a chance to push a bit more of the benefits that you feel you are forward that may outweigh what we consider.
Thank you. I shall have a go at answering it in design terms and rely on Simon to backfill on some of the detail. I think at the moment the existing building does very little to interact with the streets, particularly to King's Head Yard. That is slightly pastiche facade that's a copy along most of King's Head Yard. It's filled with black glass, so it doesn't provide any engagement with King's Head Yard. Very inviting space to walk down, particularly very well sort of watched over flowers. So changing the materials there to a more transparent finish will help also soften that area whilst retaining the sense of intimacy that we know is important down there by creating that garden, hard landscape down there currently. So adding that garden will help. Similarly, the entrance of some design with the 80s suite of black glass. It's also got a stepped entrance up to it, which is very inclusive. Part of the proposals, in addition to the George Terrace 2, is creating level access in off the street, setting it respectfully back from the facades of Keith House Terrace, create a small pocket space, area of relief with planting and otherwise landscaped area. Talked about the job creation the scheme. It's delivering policy compliant workspace, which will work very well in Terrace. And whilst there may be some disagreement, we feel it is an exemplary design, very high quality, really over team public council, and we feel area.
There is also heritage benefit to the Georgian terraces as well. At the moment, the Georgian terraces are accessed via this building behind, and that goes all the way through. The front doors of the Georgian terraces are not used at all, and they're blocked off. We're seeking to reinstate the use of those front doors, and those Georgian terraces will now be isolated from bringing them back into there. So there is heritage benefit to those properties.
Yeah, because I can ask a little bit further on that. I mean, that's helpful. The affordable workspace there that's in the Georgian Terrace, have you any idea about what sort of businesses might be suitable for that sort of space?
Had some initial conversations with people. King's College, we're in discussions with about them as a sort of startup space to their life sciences program, but it's early days. They are quite well suited to startups. It's made up of smaller spaces that kind of lend themselves to small beginnings of new companies. People aren't having to bite off perhaps more than two initially with a larger space take. It should be quite flexible and good natural light. Nice space to be in, so we think it's very well suited to that. I think having access straight off the street is a big plus. People, as Simon said, those doors are currently inactive, so restoring those, allowing people to step straight into their workspace from the street rather than come in by the main building journey. There's many level changes, very inclusive. Will be these early days, and we've had some interest, but I think a bit chicken and egg until we get safe discussion.
Thank you. One last question I had with that, members have got questions, but just to the report mentions highways improvements along the street, just to understand what they are. Is it going to be a marked improvement, or is it basically upgrading, or is it basically sort of just relaying what's there already?
Within our site boundary, it's that inset space I mentioned that is re-landscaped. The footpath itself will be improved, but then there's also, following the pandemic measures, that curb build out that's currently in temporary tarmac finish with a sort of rubber zebra curb on it. The proposal is to work with TfL to deliver a permanent long-term solution along there. Vision to put a cycle lane in that the application or the scheme's contributions would pay for. So, in summary, that's where I think it would be heading.
Helpful. Committee members, any further questions to the applicants? I don't think so. Thank you very much for coming forward. If possible, I think you're returning to seats at the front row, which is very helpful in case there's any further questions later on. Thank you very much for coming forward to address the committee. We return and then ask, do we have any supporters of the application that live within 100 metres? I think I've been indicating. Do we have any ward councillors that wish to speak on this application? I can't see any in the room. So no, that brings us to any further questions we have for officers that we want to raise at this stage. And that brings us then to considering the recommendation in front of us. Given that, I am going to move the recommendation that we have on paper in front of us. So first of all, I'd like to move we adopt the officer's recommendations as set out in paragraphs 1 to 5 of the report on page 3 of the addendum report, namely, firstly, that planning permission is granted for application 24 AP 3803, subject to conditions set out in the report, completion of section 106 legal agreement and referral to the Mayor of London. And secondly, that listed building consent be granted for application 24 AP 3804, subject to conditions set out in the report, and the Director of Planning and Growth be authorised under the delegated authority to make any minor modifications to the proposed conditions arising from the detailed negotiations, which may include variation and addition of the conditions as drafted, and planning committee make a decision as due regard to potential qualities impacts that are outlined in the report, and that in the event that the recommendations paragraph 1 are not met by the 31st of October 2025, Director of Planning and Growth be authorised to refuse planning permission if appropriate for reasons set out in paragraph 383 of the report. Does any member of the committee wish to second this? I am not seeing any member wishing to do this. In that case, a committee indicating they wish to refuse the application.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. On that basis, I would like to move that planning permission is refused on the following reasons. The heritage impacts of the proposal. Just to just check with officers that that's the appropriate wording. Colin.
Yeah, I think perhaps if we brief closed sessions, we can just
Okay. All right. We'd like to ask people if you could leave the meeting for about 5 minutes, and we'll invite you back when we're reaching a
On the item we were discussing, I would like to move on further item, further negotiation.
I would like to second that proposal. Is that agreed? Agreed? That's agreed. So we're deferring this item to October so that, yeah, given the heritage concerns that were raised, we thought it was fair to the applicant to have a chance to look at whether there's any change that can be made to the application before that meeting. Thank you. That brings that item to a close. Thank you, everybody. And again, apologies for the wait while we were discussing that. That brings us to the final item on the agenda, which is Timber Square. I'll let people leave the room. Okay. And Dipesh, I understand that you are presenting this item.
I am, thank you, Chair. So this item is for Timber Square Phase 2 at 63 Euro Street. So it's a proposal for two commercially led buildings of 13 and 16 stories, respectively, with a suite of different commercial uses, as on the slide. Importantly, the flexible cultural use, which would be potentially the affordable workspace for this scheme. So in response to the consultation that Council undertook, 8 comments were received through the normal course of the application, 6 in objection. We've recently had late comments from Living Bank side and CAG. They're referred to in the addendum report. The issues raised are in front of you there, including height, massing, and the impacts on heritage assets, which were raised by the applicant undertook quite a number of community consultation events, 9 events, with a good range of attendance, and I'm sure they'll be able to answer some questions if you have any. So this is our site. The area in orange is Timber Square 1, it was 25 Lamington Street when it came in. The area green, the yellow is the site, and that's where the 2 buildings were proposed. So this site is the old Grand Vitesse railway viaduct. It was used up until fairly recently as offices for Network Rail. And that's the site as it was with the offices. On the right of the slide, in the mid background, is the Timber Square Phase 1 being constructed. So the site itself is surrounded by viaducts, very much characterised by that sort of intimate, almost gritty, sort of central London location for this part of Bankside. The arches themselves have not been open to the public, and they would be opened up to the public as a result of this scheme coming forward. Some really quite grand spaces that would be provided. In terms of height, this slide just shows the emerging context. Some of these schemes have already been built out, some are consented and yet to be built out. So the height, as you can see, is mostly to the west near Blackfriars Road, but there is height near this site and there's just an image of the scheme looking to the northeast. It's shown in this another slide here, but the applicant and the architects have sort of kept a shoulder height around that sort of intimate street area, but increased the height in a stepping way, providing articulation to break up that massing. An important part of the scheme would be the outdoor space that would be offered to the modern office user. And if you're looking north, showing the differentiation, how these pair of buildings really sit together and almost float over that railway viaduct podium with a lighter crown on top. Again, similar type of treatment on the eastern side with the terraces and stepping. So at street level, and this is the point I made about the shoulder heights, you can see on the screen on the left, at street level, this scheme would in large be read in accordance with the established heights because of those quite pronounced shoulders with height stepping back further into the site itself. In terms of public access, there would be an east-west route through the site, through the arches, with public access in the area, yellow, with an oculus or a public space in the centre. The area shaded on the top left of the slide would be where the community cultural floor space would be. And again, up to the podium level, showing that that podium level oculus and the publicly accessible space. And just some images of the route through and the oculus and then the space in between the two buildings above there on the podium. And this is how the architects think the arches could come forward. So not too dissimilar to some of the arches around London Bridge and Borough Yards. And this is up at the podium level, showing those active frontages either side and the built out Timber Square Phase 1 scheme. And so it's the same developer, and they see this as a completion of their campus here. In terms of greening, we've got a good urban greening factor of 0.03, which would meet the Mayor's requirement of 0.3 on office schemes, and quite extensive landscaping on those terraces and slightly lower down. In terms of daylight and sunlight, a fair amount of testing was done on the buildings. So the buildings in blue are either student schemes or hotel. The orange are office schemes, and the purple are residential. So I'll focus on the impact on those residential. This is just a slide showing the impact that would be seen by those properties. As you can see, sort of towards the bottom, it's mostly the residential dwellings across the viaduct on Union Street which would be affected. And this is just a slide showing those dwellings there. That's row, or the row of developments along Union Street. So some of the impacts on the Bark building and the Ernst building would be high in terms of the proportional loss. But for those buildings, the retained VSCs would be still be very good. So in the case of the Bark building, 20%, and around the mid-teens for the Ernst building. And it's also separated by the viaduct. The windows most affected are those that are already affected by the viaduct, and they're lower down. In terms of these properties on Union Street, as you can see, the configuration with that courtyard or those outriggers coming out limit the lights quite significantly to some of the windows within there, and that's one of the reasons for the larger impacts where but the reductions are around 1 to 5% in BSC. So officers think that those impacts are acceptable. So in summary, the scheme will deliver a sustainable use of the developments of an underutilised brownfield site, bringing forward a significant investment and significant affordable workspace. There is one point I do want to make to members for clarification, which is at paragraph 110 of the main officer report. We refer to paragraph 164 of the framework, but what's referred to in the officer report is an old iteration of the framework. So I'll just read that paragraph out. About flood risk, it says the new developments should be planned for ways that avoid increased vulnerability to a range of impacts from climate change. When new developments brought forward in areas that are vulnerable, care should be taken to ensure that risks are managed through suitable measures, including through incorporation of green infrastructure, sustainable drainage systems, which we propose here, and to reduce and B, to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as location, orientation, and design. Any local requirements for sustainability in buildings should reflect the government's policies. So that's the paragraph that should be in there, and the rest of the advice on flood risk is as per the report. Officers recommend the application for approval.
Thank you. Any questions at this stage from committee members? Councillor Whittam.
Buildings on Union Street, very small. Well, how far away are the proposed development?
About 35 metres away.
So, is it really affected by it at all?
There would be a reduction because of the heights of the proposed buildings. So it affects, at the moment, the site's pretty clear. So there's not much impact on BSC, the amount of sky that can be seen from those. So that amount of sky would be affected by the height. And when some of those buildings, that sort of side, the view of the sky from the side is already limited. So all you've got is the view in front of you. So it's the change to that that's really affecting those properties.
I hadn't appreciated until the presentation we had both a Bracken and Ernst building next to each other. Those spans of 20 or 70 yards. Any further questions at this stage? If not, do we have an objector that wishes to speak? Would you like to come forward, sir? And whilst you've spoken to us previously, I would like to ask that you introduce yourself again, just for the record, and then I will give you 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Sorry, it's me again. So I'm a member of the Conservation Area Advisory Group, Southwark, also a resident.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, members, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you about the theme. Whilst your CAG welcome the principles of good development in Southwark and restoration of heritage, this is a very bad scheme for Southwark and Borough and Bankside because it will cause the Southwark plan to fail. Approved. Whilst phase 1 was a positive contribution to the area, this phase 2 scheme is quite the opposite. You are custodians of the Southwark plan and Southwark's heritage. Tonight you face a very difficult position. If you approve this scheme, you doom the Southwark plan to fail for Borough and Bankside, as this is one of the last available development priority sites to deliver the Southwark plan in this area. Further, you will sponsor desecration of the heritage, and it's clear that the maths don't add up. CAG strongly object to this monster of the scheme since it causes destruction and heritage harm of a critically important piece of heritage for the low line, being the Grand Vitesse Arches, but is currently healthy and intact and was available for use until the applicant passed. It also fails to deliver on the core principles of the Southwark plan for this important priority site in the borough, NSP 02, housing delivery, removing significant amount of retail and community space and open space. To highlight that this site could deliver 44 homes in the Southwark plan under NSP 2, this application has 0. Southwark is behind on its housing delivery in Borough and Bankside against policy, with few sites left to deliver. It can be done in Elephant Castle next to Wharf. And why not here? This is the opportunity to provide amazing retail, leisure, community and open space, and the massing is a blight on all the conservation areas and listed buildings nearby, which form an important part of the Lowline project. The point of Southwark plan, and rather than SPDs, is to protect Southwark from this type of overdevelopment, not facilitate it. This important site of the Lowline should have open space as a retail and community hub that is badly needed, yet this application undermines the requirements in NSP 2. Deliver housing, provide mixed use, making it a significant central destination in this area. We believe it is significant harm that far outweighs any public benefits. The Employers Committee to reject this on balance recommendation of the Council, refuse this application to be non-compliant with policy. should also direct the council to be prepared to fight any inspection, rather to show that prepared to defend its Southwark Plan targets and the very essence of conservation of heritage. Our objectives can be summarised as follows. Construction and heritage harm to the Grand Vitesse arches, which will lose over a third through the oculus and various piling that's going on. Cause the Southwark Plan to fail for the entire borough and Bankside area vision for housing and retail, leisure and community. Even a report that it actually removes sui generis by about 3,000 square metres. Fails to deliver the low line in the spirit it was intended in the Southwark Plan. Overdevelopment by nearly 30% of the whole of the borough office space, that is on a scale extraordinary for this area. So the Southwark Plan office space in this area will already be delivered for phase 1. Phase 2 is completely additional and not required. Significant harm to conservation area for overmassing and overheight. There will impact at least 4 important conservation areas and several locally listed buildings. I'd like to say more and answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Councillor Whittam.
Could you detail these heritage buildings?
Yes, so we have the Fire Brigade House on Union Street, which is the old sorting office for the post office. That's a local listed building. We have the Theobald's house, which is also a locally listed building on Union Street. There are various others that are listed in the report. There is over 70 a section in the report which lists that there was over 70 different aspects of 70 heritage assets are identified as being within this area, including the locally listed buildings I've just mentioned, and the former Southwark Library, as well as the Wells Congregational Church, which is also great. We note that it destroys a third of the heritage arches, simply because of the vision for the oculus and the atrium, which is unnecessary. Uses over a third of the arches for office space, which could actually be used for. Less than a third of the basement arches are provided as a retail amenity, best are consumed as a cycle store, power plant and office. This is not in the spirit of the site plan as we see it for low line.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the impacts on low line because interestingly, yeah, because clearly the route of the low line is not impacted by the proposal. And interestingly, I mean, when I looked at the image we were provided from the Oculus, it actually reminded me a little bit of the original High Line. I thought in terms of green space up there. So just to sort of see why. Yeah, just to understand a little bit more why you think the impact on the low line is.
So this was supposed to be a central start to the actual low line project. It was meant to be a sort of rival point. Most of it is, over 2/3 of it is office space or other. There was only 1/3 of retail, community or leisure facility in the ground floor. It doesn't use the ramp for the general public use. It uses it for servicing when that ramp that goes up and across the Great Guildford Street could actually be part of an amazing entrance to the low line project. And if they were to keep the oculus, despite its damage to the arches, that could be used to enter into the low line. None of that is happening. We think it's just not consistent with the NSP 02 guidelines in Southwark Plan for what this needs to be in terms of retail strategy. Bearing in mind that phase 1 already delivers the office space. This phase 2 doesn't deliver the retail, the community leisure, the support for the low line that is needed, let alone for supporting the office workers in phase 1 to eat fine in the area.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Any further? I'd like to thank you for coming forward and sharing your objections with us. That gives us food for thought and further Yeah, so thank you very much. I'd like to return to the public seating area. I'd like to ask the applicants or the applicant's agent to come forward. Thank you. So yeah, I'd like to ask you very quickly to introduce yourselves, and then I'll give you 3 minutes to address the committee. So yes, press the button.
Sophie Morgan from Landsec, who are the applicants.
Louisa Smith, Montague Evans, we're the applicant's agent.
And Nick Gaskell, Hawkins Brown, with the architects.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for your time this evening, and I would like to begin by thanking officers for their support and constructive engagement throughout this process. We are pleased to note their recommendations. Landsec are one of the UK's leading property developers, been working alongside Southwark delivering development in the borough for over a decade. Most recently, we topped out at Timber Square Phase 1, the UK's largest commercial project built from cross-laminated timber. It is a genuine marker to our industry of what is achievable when it comes to delivering highly sustainable buildings, and we are proud of the conversations that it has unlocked around the use of timber in construction, which would not have been possible without the support of the London. Our cooperation with Southwark continues with Phase 2, completing the campus and creating a destination which is not only market leading in the construction industry, but delivers genuine benefit for the communities and occupiers that it serves. We are particularly proud of our public engagement programme as part of this scheme. It was important to us that the extent of the public engagement was equal to the potential of the site here. We held 9 consultation events to present the scheme, including the Timber Square Fair, bringing together local businesses, groups and charities to celebrate Bankside. In addition to this, we trialled a new method of community engagement by recruiting our design champions. This gave us valuable first-hand insight from a group of truly representative of Bankside. Through co-creation, their input has shaped key ideas and aspects to the scheme, from activating cultural spaces within the arches to public realm improvements, particularly linked to inclusion and safety issues, and intensified landscaping and greening, to enhancement of our facade treatments. Whilst responding to local desires and preferences, our scheme also aligns with Southwark's policy requirements and aspirations. We were glad to see that the officers' report concurs that these proposals are positive and necessary additions to the borough, particularly in regards to delivery of high quality design and promotion of sustainable development, alongside the opportunity to create a unique and exceptional cultural and commercial destination. These currently underutilised arches present a unique opportunity to create vibrant new public space and a mix of uses and amenity shaped by and for the community. Tying together best-in-class modern office space to facilitate around 2,500 jobs, these arches have an inherent architectural interest and are a special asset to be celebrated, not only for the benefit of office users, but for public enjoyment, improving connectivity and permeability in the wider area and complementing the low line. We're excited by the potential of this site to deliver real benefit, both in policy terms and for the local community aspirations. I would like to thank you for your time and consideration of our proposals, and myself and the project team are at hand. Please answer.
Thank you. Bang on 3 minutes, so well done. Members Committee, any questions? I'm going to sort of start with where I left off with the objective, just to understand a little bit more about the vision for the low line. You've heard the objectors' concerns about the impact of this project on the low line. But yes, just to hear a little bit more about how you think, actually, presumably you think that this enhances and helps the low line development, just to understand that a little bit more.
From our perspective, in terms of the low line, the more permeability, the better. So this is a route which sits parallel to the existing low line. It's a route which has been historically completely closed to the public. And we see, by opening this up, creating a much greater flow of people from east to west, and essentially creating a secondary route to that low line. We also, by creating this oculus, create the possibility for people to move up north south through the Phase 1 land, and then also eastwards between the phase 1 and phase 2 buildings. So enhancing permeability from our point of view only enhances the aspirations of the low line, whether that sits on the actual route of the low line or parallel to it.
Thank you. One other question I want to ask you, it's other committee members are thinking. I note that that part of the proposal is to create a live music venue. So just to understand that a little bit more about sort of size, scale, what the thinking is behind that.
It's at the moment in the application, it's a flexible use. So one of the uses that is listed is for live music. The thinking behind that is that to the west of the site, we have quite a unique space, which is protected because of its structural integrity linked to the railway above. But there's limitations in terms of what we can do to reconfigure that space, which creates quite a unique space that we think could lend itself very well to the types of use that could be a music venue, a rehearsal space, performance space. So that's where the sort of structural is from uniqueness.
So it doesn't sound as if it's a huge space.
It's about 10,000 square feet. It's the space that you can see in pink.
Okay. Members Committee, any further questions? Councillor Whittam.
I seem to be the heritage person. Sorry. Can you tell me how you tried to enhance the setting for some of the heritage buildings?
Massing. I'm going to hand over to our landscape consultant.
Thank you. I'm David Taylor. I'm a partner at Montague, providing heritage and town. So the heritage element split into two parts. So firstly, the existing site and the heritage assets that are contained within it's Grand Vitesse screening wall. So I see this quite differently in terms of the heritage impact, and I think this is a genuine, real benefit for the proposal and a real heritage benefit too. If you look at the screen, Grand Vitesse depot is long gone. Effectively, it used to bring in continental freight into the site, surrounding area, including vegetables and remark. The depot's long since been demolished, but what's left is the screen wall around the site. The association with railway infrastructure ceased in around 1983, so there's a comment about ground down and not used by the actual railway users. Right, so it's just sat as effectively a sort of relic of what it used to be. This is the opportunity to repurpose it and reuse and bring it back, similar to what has happened with the low line further down the road. Yes, there are openings that takes away some of the physical fabric, but equally that in the balance of opening it up, getting public access through the site, reinvigorating, lightening it up. Benefit. The second part to the question is the heritage assets located outside. The quote that was provided came, I think, from Be Prepared. So there are 70 heritage assets that are located within about a 350 radius sites. That's not uncommon for some slightly concentrated with heritage assets. Initially, to understand what the proposal may or may not affect, we had what's called TV. So it's effectively taking a light top of the building and shining it back down into the surrounding area to understand where or where not the building is from. So considering it's a large building, given, but considering that relatively short area of that, I think there were 14 listed, 13 locally listed for conservation areas, so less than half of those 70 heritage assets, some form of visibility. But the visibility doesn't tell you the full story. That can be either a full extent of the building, and we've got a series of verified views that sit within the document itself that show that it's from within conservation areas or peripheral views of assets. So our assessment concluded that there was no harm. Not uncommon to see modern, taller buildings with assets, particularly in this case, they are physical.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? In that case, I'm going to ask you to return to the public seating area. It may be after further representations. We do have some questions for you, so just be ready for those. Do we have any supporters of the scheme that live within 100 metres? Please come forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask you to first of all give your name and say roughly where you live. Please don't disclose your full address because everything is live recorded and we don't want to give your full address away to people. But yes, if you tell us that, and then I'll give you 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Hi, good evening, folks. So my name is Claire Fearon, and I'm a resident of Union Street, in fact, Pratt Building. So there, and I directly overlook.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. So as mentioned, I live in a shared ownership building with my husband and my 2-year-old, and we directly overlook the site. And I'm happy to speak about my experience in consultation and as a design champion. Essentially, it was a very positive experience, and I feel that we were able to influence in quite significant ways the proposal. Given the time, I'm going to go through bullet point highlights. So I think one of the things that was really positive was that from the beginning we were welcomed with a real sense of interest and curiosity about our point of view, more so than I expected on the first. Another thing that was quite positive was that we were paid a living wage, so I think it allowed us to have a good cross-section of folks represented. So we had very young adults and senior folks and a good kind of diverse group. The format was over about 7 months, and there were 5 in-depth co-creation workshops. And each workshop was specifically about a particular part of the design process or phase. Very interesting, informative. So the function and design of the architecture, it was general landscaping, branding, wayfinding, commercial lease approach, and then obviously this planning process. So in general, I think there were some really significant positives. One thing was that it felt like our time was truly valued and that there was real engagement, genuine engagement and curiosity about our point of view. It was also really interesting personally for me to actually have the different parts of the process exposed. So we had experts or external consultants come and show their thinking, their processes, and then ask us for our feedback to review or to just give like open point of view. And the thing that I think that stands out the most and that built the most trust and engagement and momentum for me was in each workshop we actually had chance to see how our point of view was integrated and reflected back. So there was always an update where we could understand actually how our position and our priorities had shaped the proposal. And on more than one occasion, we kind of verbatim saw some of our sentiments actually represented. So I think a couple of tangible things that were really significant that our group influenced was the idea of opening up the podium to make it more of a public space. I think initially it was more of an architectural concept which had amphitheatre seating. We felt very strongly about lighting of the scheme, the importance of sightlines for safety and accessibility. We encouraged for there to be a more accessible route up and also lifts. We all felt very, very strongly about greening of the space and community seating as opposed to other potential uses. And also making the kind of archways into spaces that were actually not primarily about retail or about having to spend money, but about community and social activation. physical activities and special interest groups, which there is already a history of in the alleyway. That's hounding type.
You are pretty much out of time, I'm afraid.
Okay. I mean, I have a few other points, but maybe they come out in questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Merrill?
You mentioned in your presentation you influenced the design and the process going. Just so we get a sense of it, was there anything? What was your number one thing when you went up to the applicant? Well, no.
Yeah.
Actually did.
Yeah.
So just get a sense of
their
responsiveness to you.
Yeah, there's a candidate list actually, and I think we were quite surprised actually at the openness. And I think one of the things that I was encouraged by was that when we were presented with concepts, they weren't the finished article, so they were ideas, theories, research points. The first thing was what I mentioned about opening up. The first thing we were presented with was a more closed environment, and it was presented as an opening. However, the community in general kept emphasising, and we had older folks, women. I have a young daughter, that actually it felt closed to us, and that safety and sight lines, particularly lighting, was key. So the whole kind of idea of a podium was opened up, and so yes, we challenged that. We pushed back quite strongly actually on just like adding more greenery, and in general that we didn't want to see another typical glass building. So we asked for sort of softer materials, and again to add as much greenery as possible. So we didn't have a big glass building facing us. Yeah, there were quite a few points. Let's see. Yeah, again, there was quite a strong point of view that was mentioned in the objections that actually we didn't want more retail space, that what we wanted was more community space to gather and sit. There are a selection of parks in the area, but we spoke about the fact that we often sit in front of tape and use that greenery almost as a collection point for friends and family and community. So we were more focused on places to come together, or activities and social things. Like we cited the fact that the alleyway already has a history of like special groups. There's a boxing gym, a dance club, a pool club, and so we spoke about the fact that retail wasn't a thing.
Councillor Whittam.
Do you think they've got the balance of retail, commercial, community right?
I think it's a challenge. Answer that question. One of the things, for example, that we pushed quite strongly was that if the project was just about addressing the needs of commercial tenants and tourists, that actually very little had to be done in the public space. Folks would just gather and have lunch, and because of the area. But we did emphasise a lot that this is a kind of a area of dual use, and that if you're a local community member in the evenings and weekends, it's dramatically different. It's a different pace. It's a different use of the site. So again, hence why we weren't asking for more retail spaces, but we were talking about safety. For us, the idea, and for myself, I do it every day, of going through the arches and transforming a place that has been either completely commercial or industrial, and we have like generally no access to, and making it open and available, particularly at different times of day, was a big bonus. It's creating a public space in part with green areas versus just having a closed off space that we can't engage in. So yeah, we felt that was a good balance, and also just like celebrating the archways, as mentioned, like borough yards, and be able to see them and engage with them. Whereas now, you just walk around the site and you don't really have a sense of what history.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further indications, so I want to thank you, Claire, very much for coming forward. That's been really helpful, and I think the committee would like to return to the public seating area. Thank you. Do we have a ward councillor present that'd like to speak to this? Irina, would you like to come forward? You have been to planning committee before, but I will ask you to briefly introduce yourself, and then I'll give you 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Irina Fundisa. I'm Ward Councillor for Borough Bankside. No, it's late, so I will try to be brief.
About 3 minutes.
Glad to hear that from residents that we've had a good consultation process and good communication. However, I'm afraid we've had on average a majority of objections from residents, and therefore sadly have come to the conclusion that in this case the public benefits do not outweigh the potential harm. I will not reiterate what the residents have already stated here in terms of height and massing and potential impact. I would like to focus instead of the absence of any kind of housing provision. There would have been an opportunity, as I believe was mentioned earlier, for 40 homes to be built under the NSPO2. And this has not happened. As ward councillors, I'm afraid, in Borough and Bankside, what we're seeing is that we are on 20% of our building targets for homes and on 104% for providing offices. So I'm afraid we simply cannot approve or recommend the approval of yet another scheme that consists entirely of office space. And I realize that maybe people wouldn't want to live directly on the railway, but it's a high building. Why not provide those 40 homes, particularly on the higher floors of that building? It would have been an opportunity for the developers to do that, and then obviously also at the 30% of affordable homes. This is something that I think we simply cannot go ahead like this if we ever want to fulfill our housing target. That's all from me. Very happy to answer questions.
Thank you, and admirably succinct. Thank you. Questions to Councillor? As I said, I mean, we obviously have heard as well from a resident who lives nearby who's actually been quite supportive and says there are other residents who are quite supportive of the process the developer has gone through, just to get your observations on.
I'm very pleased to hear that. Unfortunately, on the whole, I believe out of 8 submissions we've had, 6 were objections. So I'm afraid, I'm not sure this is representative of the majority, and I believe that there were residents in the same building who raised objections. Obviously, I'm very happy that some residents are happy, and there are certainly positive aspects to this development. We don't dispute that. As I said, we believe there is an impact in terms of daylight and sunlight, in terms of the overall appearance. There is impact under the equalities provisions, particularly on some of the residents and indeed businesses that are owned by ethnic minorities. There's the Union Vet Cafe and Nail Bar, which I believe are run by ethnic minorities. So we have an exacerbated adverse effect on businesses owned by ethnic minorities. There are a number of older and disabled people in the vicinity who have also objected due to significant noise and reduction of daylight and sunlight. So quite a lot of objections that were raised by immediate residents.
Sorry, you mentioned quite a lot of objections. I mean, this is a pretty large development, and we've received a total of 6 objections.
That's correct.
That feels like that's not a large number.
I think some of them were bundled and submitted by Living Bankside, who are here as well and may want to add to this. So they were collected.
Okay. It's difficult for us to ascertain at this stage, but thank you for that. Okay, and any further questions? Irina, I'd like to thank you for coming forward. It's always really useful to hear a ward councillor's perspective on things. Thank you for coming to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any questions arising from that? One question I had, Colin, is that we've heard from a number of people about this issue about housing targets.
Yes, thanks, Chair. So, as was pointed out by objectors and also Councillor Hornby's, the site allocation does say that there is an potential estimated capacity of 44 homes on this site allocation. But the site allocations, as you're aware, have requirements which are must provide, and then there are should, which are optional in effect. So must provide on this site is office, should is an option for housing, and it is the case that for our completions, for our housing delivery test, we don't always meet those targets because meeting those targets is not in our control often, and that's throughout the borough. But I think compared to other boroughs, we do pretty well actually, for both, especially for granting planning permissions for housing, and on average getting them built as well. And I would point out in this area, this committee has approved schemes quite recently for housing on Southwark Street, site housing site, which is a short walk from this site, which was a 24-storey tower, which had 40% affordable on it. And there is housing coming forward on the old Arms Houses site on Blackfriars Road. There is a current scheme we have as a pre-application on Blackfriars Crown Court, which, although it does include student housing, has on-site conventional affordable housing. So I think there are really big strides being made.
Borough Triangle is not very far away.
And Borough Triangle is not very far away. So I think there are really big strides being made to actual delivery of housing on site in the north of the borough, which I think will go a long way to address a lot of Councillor Hornby's concerns and issues. But in terms of, is there a requirement for housing on this site? No. And has this committee approved lots of housing recently, relatively close to this site? Yes. And are those sites coming forward for development rather than just being planning permission sat on the shelf? Yes, they are coming forward for development, and you should see them built out in the next couple of years. So,
thank you, Councillor Merrill.
Just to clarify the point on the consultation, and there's 6 objections, but kind of indicated that some were bundled together as then was allocated as 1 objection. Just clarify whether that is the case, and then were bundled.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Merrill. So, in response to our consultation, we had 6 comments in objection. This morning we had got comments. I don't think there was an objection, but some comments raising concerns from Living Bank side. And it might have been that they saw the views of a wider range of people and consolidated that.
Okay, but we can't ascertain ourselves the number there. Any further questions? Any views on this that anyone wants to share? I mean, I have to say, when I first looked at that picture, I did take a bit of a gulp of air because it does seem quite sizable. However, the more and more I've seen of this and looked at the proposal, I have to say I'm particularly impressed by what we heard from the supporter about the consultation process, which to me sounded like a really good way of trying to do these things. And for somebody who's going to be immediately affected by the massing of this, I was quite impressed. And I think some things that I do like is I do think actually this is a helpful low line. Said it does seem to have a little bit of New York's original High Line in it as well, by what's going on at the level of the rail track, which I quite like as well. And you know what? For a borough, central London borough like Southwark, you seem to be particularly poor at having live music venues. So I quite like the fact that this has got something of that in there as well. So for me, I'm certainly edging towards approval of this. Anybody else? Councillor Whittam?
I just think it sort of fits in, speaks that section of development. Doesn't stand out. Really don't. It has to be a landmark. So many bloody landmarks. Landmarks can't move for them. But this seems to
Councillor Merrill.
I was impressed by the supporter as well. I was a bit nervous about the hold and how that made. Then when the supporter explained that this part of their discussions about sight lines, accessible and greening and stuff, it reassured me that locals in the area have definitely put their stamp on this design process as well. So for what they may be an outline, sort of like this co-design element, I hope more developers take heed of that, because that seems to have been a very good point of view.
Okay, I think with that we can move to recommendation. So I'd like to move that we adopt officers' recommendations set out in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the report on page 235 of the main agenda pack. So firstly, that the planning permission be granted subject to conditions set out in the report, as in the addendum report, the applicant entering into appropriate legal agreement and referral to the Mayor of London. And secondly, that in the event that the requirements of paragraph 1 are not met by the 22nd of February 2026, the Director of Planning Growth be authorised to review planning permission if appropriate for the reasons set out in paragraph 129 of the report. And finally, the Director of Planning Growth be authorised under delegated authority to make any minor modifications to proposed conditions arising out of detailed negotiations, which may include variation of the conditions as drafted. Is there any member committee? Whittam. Councillor Whittam, how do you wish to vote on this?
For, Chair.
Councillor Merrill.
For, Chair.
And Councillor Richard Livingstone. I'm also voting for this motion. The motion is carried and the application is granted. That brings us to an end of this evening's proceedings. Apologies for a long wait for everybody, particularly the slightly unscheduled break in the middle, but safe journey home, everyone. Take care.